Chapter 142. The shadow puppet's target was very clear. It was the second elder who specialized in dark magic. The devourer's blade drew a long black arc in the air as it flew towards the second elder's head. The two swordsman elders behind him rushed forward at the same time, directly attacking the shadow puppet. They wanted to force it into a defensive stance. However, the shadow puppet's strength was far beyond the two elders' expectations. It attacked the second elder without changing its momentum, but a huge figure suddenly appeared behind it and blocked the two elders' attacks. With two loud bangs, the third and seventh elders were knocked back. The one that had suddenly appeared was the dark demon rat that the shadow puppet had subdued in the devourer's blade gem. After blocking the two elders with its mountainous body, the dark demon rat immediately spat out a black flame towards the other two magisters. The sudden change immediately turned Nian Bing's unfavorable situation around. The second elder naturally felt the power of the shadow puppet. The dense evil aura enveloped his head, and he had no choice but to react. The incantation he was chanting was interrupted midway. He clasped his hands together, and a circle of black light floated up, combining his own magic power and a low-grade scroll. The black light released by the second elder covered the shadow puppet. But at this moment, something happened that shocked him. The devourer's blade suddenly transformed into a black net in the air. The dark energy he released was forcibly sucked into the net, instantly fusing with the devourer's blade and becoming the shadow puppet's own energy. Not only that, the second elder felt as if all the mana in his body was about to burst out of his body. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, but after all, he had 100 years of battle experience. He immediately took a step back and used his powerful mental strength to forcibly cut off the pulling force. However, even though he cut off the suction force, the devourer's blade still fell. At this moment, two rays of light appeared at the same time. Two powerful spells of the seventh step formed a barrier in front of the second elder, forcibly blocking the attack of the devourer's blade. A streak of blood appeared on the demon-devouring blade, shattering two Tier 7 spells in an instant. The shadow puppet's body followed the movement of the blade, increasing its speed once again as it chased after the retreating second elder. The Blood Lion Hall's seventh elder had been working together for a long time. Seeing that the second elder was completely suppressed by the shadow puppet, the great elder and the fourth elder immediately gave up on Nianbing and rushed back. The third elder and the seventh elder had already blocked the light that the dark demon rat spat at the magisters and were fighting it. Black energy gushed out of the dark demon rat's body. Although some of its energy was absorbed by the shadow puppet, it was still a powerful magical beast that had evolved into a 5th-grade magical beast. Although its mountain-like body was not very agile, waves of corrosive dark air flowed out of its body and blocked most of the attacks from the third elder and the seventh elder. For a moment, the two elders could not do anything to it. At the same time as the fire, 5 rays of light lit up at the same time. The first to attack was the light shadow puppet. The light that penetrated the heaven and earth shone brightly and appeared right in front of the 6th elder. The wind shadow puppet flew like the wind towards the 5th elder. At this moment, the 5th elder's magic burst out, actually trapping the light and wind puppets in a circle. Due to the constant collision of energy, they were unable to attack the 6th elder. At this time, the 6th elder also began to chant a lengthy magic incantation. The earth shadow puppet merged with the dark demon rat's body, greatly increasing its defense, allowing it to withstand the attacks of the 3rd elder and the 7th elder. The red and blue light blocked the dark demon rat. Nianbing knew very well that if the 1st elder, the 4th elder, the 3rd elder, and the 7th elder joined forces, the dark demon rat would not be able to resist. Therefore, as soon as the ice shadow puppet and the fire shadow puppet appeared, their energy was increased to the limit. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god created a net of light at the same time. The red and blue light intertwined in the air, blocking the two elders. However, the two elders were too strong, especially the first elder's Do-Chi of fire. Although the ice shadow puppet and the fire shadow puppet were of the same origin, and the two extreme energies interacted with each other to produce great power, it still could not completely stop the two elders. The first elder and the fourth elder punched out at the same time, breaking the ice shadow puppet's attack with a loud bang. At the same time, the first elder borrowed the force of the impact to accelerate his body in the air. His hands turned into countless afterimages of his palms, and the dark red light condensed in the air and rushed straight for the shadow puppet's back. The second elder snorted coldly, and the black magic robe on his body suddenly replaced his body to meet the shadow puppet's attack, while he himself instantly retreated 10 meters away. It was the shadow puppet technique of the dark magic. The magic robe was split in two, and the shadow puppet immediately turned around. The demon devouring blade in its hand burst out a thick black flame and collided head-on with the first elder, who was attacking with all his strength. The shadow puppet's body was thrown back at the same time as the first elder. At this time, the fifth elder had already used magic to control the wind shadow puppet and the light shadow puppet. The sixth elder had been chanting nonstop and was about to succeed. The fourth elder also used his Saint Do-Chi to contend with the ice shadow puppet and the fire shadow puppet, and barely managed to fight them to a draw. Just as the situation was about to change, Nian Bing suddenly appeared at the back of the dark demon rat. The seven-colored light was released without any reservation and instantly covered the entire battlefield. With the support of the Sky Eye Realm, the six shadow puppets and the dark demon rat were all greatly energized. The second elder, the fifth elder, and the sixth elder, who were using magic, all felt the power of their magic stagnate, and the power was greatly reduced. It was not that Nian Bing did not want to help his shadow puppets earlier. However, although the shadow puppet's energy was separated from him, and they were relying on the 7 magic blades, their spiritual power was still connected to Nian Bing's. When the shadow puppet launched its attack, and Nian Bing sent out 5 shadow puppets to help it, Nian Bing suddenly realized a problem. The energy of his 7 shadow puppets seemed to have broken through a realm, and they were much stronger than before. This was especially so for the shadow puppet, which was even stronger than an ordinary swordsman. The other 6 shadow puppets were also close to the level of swordsmen. The increase in energy was naturally a good thing, but for Nian Bing, who had been using the Sky Eye Realm and controlling the shadow puppets, it was a huge burden. If it were not for the Sky Eye Acupoint, he would not even be able to control these shadow puppets at the same time. That was why his speed was a little slower. But with such a good opportunity, how could he let the 7th elder regain his advantage? Without caring about the cost, he immediately used the Sky Eye Realm on the back of the dark demon rat to increase and weaken its power to the maximum, helping his bodyguards to launch a crazy counterattack against the 7th elder. The first elder let out a long whistle in the air. Originally, the 7 elders looked down on Nian Bing, but Nian Bing was their junior after all. Although they did not say anything, they only used half of their strength. However, the sudden change in the situation made the first elder unable to hold back. His whistle was to tell his brothers to go all out. The 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and the 7th elder gave up on their opponents at the same time and flew into the air to meet up with the 1st elder. The fire shadow puppet, ice shadow puppet, light shadow puppet, and earth shadow puppet also returned to Nian Bing's side at twice the speed. The dark red air that the shadow puppet spat out was even stronger than before, and it went straight for the 4 elders in the air. The 4 shadow puppets also raised their own energy sources, and the 4 magic blades shone brightly as they attacked at the same time. The 4 blades condensed together in the air, with ice and fire as the foundation and light and earth as the support. This was undoubtedly a fusion magic of the 4 elements. Although each of them was only at the 7th level, under the effect of their mutual promotion, This attack was actually at the 10th level or above. Unfortunately, Nian Bing miscalculated this time. The power of the 400-year-old swordsman attacking at the same time was something that could only be understood after truly facing it. For people, 8 palms, 8 streams of air condensed to the size of a bowl. But when the 8 streams of air collided with the combined attack of the 4 shadow puppets, Nian Bing immediately realized that something was wrong. The Sky Eye realm could undoubtedly strengthen one side and weaken the enemy at the same time. However, if the enemy's strength was too strong, they would still be unable to resist. Nian Bing endured the pain and reacted as quickly as possible. In the instant when the energies collided, he suddenly recalled the 4 shadow puppets, and under the effect of the spatial shadow puppet possession, he flashed more than 10 feet away. The violent explosion caused the entire underground plaza to tremble. Nian Bing's body shook violently, and the aftermath of the explosion sent his body flying all the way to the stone wall in the distance. Nian Bing felt dizzy from the impact. The place where he fell happened to be very close to the incense stick. Nian Bing glanced at it and saw that only a third of the incense stick had been burned. The 4 swordsmen attacking at full strength was terrifying. Although Nian Bing recalled them quickly, the 4 shadow puppets had already disappeared. Their innate qi remained in the hilts of the 4 divine blades, but if they wanted to restore it, it was not something that Nian Bing could do at the moment. As the shadow puppets' strength increased, he would have to spend more time and energy to restore them to their original form. If he used magic to summon the shadow puppets now, it was very likely that he would use up the innate qi that he had painstakingly condensed in the divine blades, and the newly condensed shadow puppets would be much weaker. The unlucky one was the dark demon rat. It might be fast underground, but in this huge plaza its mountain-like body could not dodge even if it wanted to. In the huge shock wave, its entire body was flipped over, and its huge body rolled on the ground several times before stabilizing. Wounds intertwined on its huge body. Fortunately, not only did it have the dark element, it also had the earth element, and its defense was extremely strong. That was why its body did not disintegrate. Even so, the dark demon rat was still heavily injured. Before Nian Bing could recover from the shock, a green light flashed, and the wind of freedom returned to him. The wind shadow puppet had been destroyed by the 5th elder's sudden burst of magic. Fortunately, its innate qi was preserved at the last moment. Black light flashed, and the shadow puppet retreated instead of advancing. It drew an arc in the air and flew toward Nian Bing. At the same time, the dark demon rat was also taken back into the demon devouring blade. Just as it retreated, the place where it had originally been was already covered by dark blue flames. It was the ultimate true fire. Nian Bing stood up from the ground and kept chanting. The sigh of the snow goddess, the morning dew dagger, and the roar of the fire god appeared in his left and right hands, respectively. Without the shadow puppet, he could only rely on his own strength now. The shadow puppet stood beside Nian Bing. Its chest, which was formed from energy, was heaving up and down. Clearly, it had suffered quite a bit in the face of the elders' all-out attacks. The dark energy had also been depleted to a certain extent, but a red light appeared in its eyes again. It was a red light of persistence. The 7 elders gathered together once again. They stabilized their auras. Even though they had destroyed Nian Bing's 5 shadow puppets, attacking with all their might in the heavens, a domain had drained a lot of their mana and battle qi. They realized that Nian Bing was much stronger than they had imagined, especially that strange attack style of his. Even now, they still had a lingering fear in their hearts. The one who left the deepest impression on them was the 2nd elder. At the last moment, he had used all his strength and some special dark magic he had researched. However, the shadow puppet seemed to be his nemesis. All his dark magic was absorbed by the shadow puppet. If the 6th elder's fire magic hadn't arrived in time, the 2nd elder would have been sucked dry by the shadow puppet. Good innate realm. I trust demonic lions judgment more and more. Although he had suffered a small loss, the first elder's eyes revealed a gratified look. He gathered his battle chi and smiled at Nianbing. Unfortunately, Nianbing wasn't in the mood to answer him. Her chanting speed increased, and 2 red and blue hexagrams had already condensed in the air. Ice Goddess, please bestow upon me the eternal ice, God of fire. Please bestow upon me the phoenix's nirvana flame. In my name, the limit of ice and fire fuse. Red and blue light rose at the same time. Gradually, under the continuous increase of Nianbing's magic power, the original blue light turned into blue and white, and the red light turned into a deep blue flame. Nianbing was very clear that she might not be able to hold on. Now, she could only try her best. Perhaps there was still a chance. Inside his body, the umang of the 5 elemental light orbs that revolved around the ice and fire orbs gradually dimmed. Under the effects of the mimicry spell, Nianbing gradually converted their magic power into ice and fire energy. They knew that this was their last chance. The 7 elders were all recovering their strength. If they couldn't take advantage of this opportunity to achieve their goal, then they definitely wouldn't give them another chance to chant the incantation. A heavy atmosphere spread in the air. Looking at the dense ice and fire elements surrounding Nianbing's body, the 7 elders' eyes also revealed a dignified expression. The 4 elders who were proficient in martial arts took a step forward, and the 3 archmages continuously chanted. At this time, the dragon Tianxiang was already halfway through burning. Nianbing didn't use any more powerful magic. After condensing the magic power of ice and fire, he made a bold choice. He was very clear that, in terms of strength, he might be able to compete with any one of the elders. With the addition of the innate domain, dealing with 2 elders shouldn't be too much of a problem. With the help of the shadow puppet, even if the 3 elders attacked with all their strength, he would have a way to deal with them. Moreover, he also had the 7 peerless magic blades. With their amplification of magic, he should be able to contend with the 4 elders at his limit. Although this kind of strength was already very shocking, and his current overall strength was between that of an archmage and a divine mage, but he was facing 7 elders right now. From the position of the 7 elders, they were extremely proficient in teamwork. If he faced them head-on, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the slightest chance. Right now, the only thing he could rely on was the strong mental strength that was the foundation of the Tianyan acupoint. He didn't need to control the shadow puppet, so he could use most of his mental strength. Therefore, facing them head-on wouldn't do him any good. Balls of red and blue light gradually appeared around Nianbing's body. When these balls of light first appeared, they were all about a foot in diameter. But under the tyrannical compression of Nianbing's mental strength, they quickly became smaller. Soon, the balls of light became fist-sized balls of light. Because of the extreme use of his mental strength, the space between Nianbing's eyebrows gradually lit up, and a soft, white light drifted out. Nianbing's eyes revealed a profound divine light. Even the 7 elders of the Bloodlion Hall didn't dare to look him in the eye at this time. The number of balls of light increased under the amplification of the Tian-Yen domain. Several hundred balls of light that possessed a strong compression force constantly flickered in the air. Behind each ball of light, there was an invisible line that was pulled by mental strength. Under the control of Nianbing, they scattered into the surrounding space. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god were shining with the most intense light in Nianbing's hands. It was precisely because they possessed a huge amount of energy that Nianbing was able to condense more magic power in a short period of time. This time, Nianbing had almost exhausted all of his magic power. He wanted to use techniques to deal with these 7 elders to the end. Tianxiang the dragon. When Nianbing's magic bullets of the same origin of ice and fire had spread to nearly a third of the square, half of them were finally burnt. Whether or not they could continue to hold on depended on Nianbing's control over these magic bullets. With a low shout, the The fifth and sixth elders were the first to make their move. Nian Bing was very familiar with the magic used by the fifth elder. It was the fire god's right hand of the ninth step. The huge fire god's right hand brought about an illusory water shadow in the air. The area of the huge hand kept expanding, striking the bright magic balls in front of Nianbing. The sixth elder's movements were deliberately slower than the fifth elder's by 2 beats. Extremely cold air spread from the ground. It was the frozen hell spell of the ninth step. This spell could produce a low temperature of -90°C. Moreover, if the caster had enough magic power, he could completely control it to achieve a large area effect. The reason for this choice was that the sixth elder wanted to cooperate with the fifth elder. The reason why the fire god's right hand expanded the area of attack was to destroy more of the magic bullets of the same origin of ice and fire. The frozen hell on the ground would reduce the temperature in an instant after the magic bullets were destroyed, slowing down Nian Bing's movements. After all, these 2 spells were of the ninth step. Even the sky's eye domain could only weaken a part of their offensive power. After the previous exchange, the 7 elders already had a certain understanding of Nian Bing's abilities. The 5th and 6th elders only had one goal in mind, and that was to destroy Nian Bing's strength and trap him. The ones who would really defeat Nian Bing would be the 4 elders who were skilled in martial arts. Their plan showed that they valued Nian Bing very much. As the frozen hell spread, the first elder led the 3rd, 4th, and 7th elders into the air. Relying on their powerful Saint Do Qi, they actually floated in the air. The light of their Do Qi was completely burning into a silver color, and the silver flames illuminated the entire square. As soon as the magic bullets were released, they would certainly attack Nianbing as quickly as possible. The first elder's target was the shadow puppet, while the other 3 elders locked onto Nianbing, who was in the sky's eye domain. The second elder, who had consumed the most energy, was still chanting an incantation. His voice sounded like a whimper, and it was impossible to hear what he was chanting. However, from the dark aura around his body that was gradually becoming stronger, this magic bullet was by no means simple. The fire god's right hand expanded to a diameter of 10 feet, which almost covered half of the magic bullets of ice and fire in the air. The 5th elder had already reached the realm of Archmage a few decades ago, so he was very clear about the power of the compressed magic bullets. However, he was not worried because the explosion of the magic bullets had a large coverage area. As long as his fire god's right hand detonated a portion of the magic bullets, he was afraid that Nian Bing's magic bullets would be finished. However, something unexpected happened. The hundreds of magic bullets of ice and fire that condensed almost all of Nian Bing's magic bullets of ice and fire suddenly moved, and at an extremely fast speed. The magic bullets split into 2 and quickly spread out to the sides, directly avoiding the fire god's right hand in the air. 4 of the magic bullets drew an arc in the air, like meteors catching up with the moon, and met the 4 elders in the air. The other magic bullets were scattered like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Some flew straight, some slanted, and some drew an arc, bypassing the 4 elders in the distance and going straight for the 3 magicians in the back. The 4 elders in the air shouted at the same time, and each threw a punch, attacking the magic balls of ice and fire that were rushing towards them. They were not in a hurry, as the 3 elders in the back had long been prepared. Although Nian Bing's magic was strong, it was impossible to rely on these magic bullets to finish off the 3 archmages in back. So, they only had one goal, and that was to first defeat Nian Bing. However, the 4 elders never thought that their punch, which they were confident in, would miss. The Saint Do Qi they emitted was in itself restraining the aura around them, so they were afraid that the 4 magic bullets would change direction again, but who knew that the 4 magic bullets themselves would emit a strange aura. The 2 energies of ice and fire rubbed against each other to create a strange magnetic field, which floated back in the restraints of the Do Qi and then accelerated forward. However, this time, The direction of the forward movement changed, and the 4 magic bullets rushed towards a single location. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The Do Chi that the 4 elders released could not be taken back, so the 4 of them could only condense their Saint Do Chi to protect themselves. The great elder's reaction was the fastest. His body twisted strangely in the air, and the sky was filled with shadows of his legs. A huge amount of Do Chi roared out like a tide, and at the same time it carried a strong blue flame. He was a fire element earth demon warrior, and also the strongest of the 7 elders. With a loud bang, the 4 magic bullets of the same origin of ice and fire suddenly collided with each other. And at the moment they collided, Nian Bing's heaven's eye domain spread out and enveloped them, causing the aura of ice and fire to rise to another level. At the same time, under the effect of the heaven's eye domain, the light of Fire God's right hand, which was 10 meters away from Nian Bing, dimmed a little, and its speed decreased a lot. The huge impact with the 2 opposite auras actually forced the 4 swordsmen 3 meters away. Although they did not suffer any injuries, the aura of ice and fire rushing into their bodies at the same time was not pleasant. The 4 of them used their Do Chi to expel the 2 energies from their bodies. But in this short period of time, Nian Bing could do a lot of things. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of Nian Bing, and the demon devouring blade met Fire God's right hand. It wasn't that Nian Bing didn't want to use her spatial magic to escape, but the surrounding space was already distorted under the influence of the 9th step spell. She could only move within the range of Fire God's right hand's attack. The overly large spell collided with the demon devouring blade and immediately brought about a strong fluctuation of magic elements in the air. A large hole more than 10 meters long was torn open by the demon devouring blade. After all, although it was a 9th step spell, the attack range was too large, and its power would be reduced a lot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nian Bing used instant teleportation and fluttered out of the attack range of Fire God's right hand. The shadow puppet also burst out a cloud of black gas, blocking the hole, and followed Nian Bing out. However, at this time, the black gas around his body had dimmed a lot, obviously because he had used up too much energy. Nian Bing was dodging the magic attacks, but she didn't stop controlling her own magic bullets. The originally flying magic bullets immediately changed when they came within 15 meters of the 3 magicians. Like soldiers under the command of a marshal, they lined up neatly in 3 rows and rushed towards the 3 magicians. Exploding at a point, this was what Nian Bing wanted to do. A magic bullet of the same origin of ice and fire was nothing to a magician at the level of a magician. Even if the magic bullets were compressed and the energy dispersed, it was only equivalent to a spell of the 5th or 6th step. Even if they were attached with the aura of ice and fire, it wouldn't have much of an effect on a magician who originally cultivated magic. However, if these spells were to explode at a point, then not to mention the magnitude of the explosion, just the storm of ice and fire they formed wouldn't be weaker than a 10-step spell. After all, it wasn't just all of Nian Bing's magic power, but also the magic energy absorbed in the air. In addition to the amplification of the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god, as well as the uniqueness of the same origin of ice and fire, Nian Bing's magic power was definitely stronger than any of the 3 magicians. However, the first elder and the other 3 swordsmen naturally had their reasons for not worrying about the 3 magicians behind them. A 100-year-old magician definitely couldn't compare to Nian Bing in terms of battle experience. Facing the magic bullets of the same origin of ice and fire, although the 3 magicians were surprised by Nian Bing's exquisite control of magic, they didn't panic in the slightest. The 3 of them quickly retreated together and stretched out their hands at the same time. In a flash of light, red, blue, and black rays of light condensed in the air. The magic that the 2nd elder had prepared before finally appeared. The 5th elder and the 6th elder relied on pure magic power to form a huge shield in the air in front of the 3 of them. And in front of the 2nd elder, black figures appeared one after another. These figures were 30 feet tall and were sitting on huge war horses. Each of them held a huge spear that was 15 feet long in their hands. There were a total of 4 of them, and they stood in front of the 3 elders. Nian Bing cried out involuntarily, "Darkness summon, ultimate dark night." Of course, he knew this magic. This was clearly an 11th step dark forbidden spell. With his ability, he wasn't able to use such a powerful forbidden spell. He didn't think that it would appear in the hands of the 2nd elder, who had already used up a lot of magic power and didn't use any magic items. The 3 magic balls of the same origin of ice and fire merged into one and blasted towards the barrier that the 5th and 6th elders had set up together from 3 different directions. Under Nian Bing's deliberate control, the magic balls of the same origin of ice and fire produced a certain degree of overlapping damage. When a third of the magic balls blasted through, the barrier was already on the verge of collapse. At this time, the 4 tall ultimate warriors of darkness made their move. 4 of their 5-foot-long spears stabbed out at the same time, immediately piercing through the 4 magic balls. The 4 spears flashed one after another, transforming into a sea of spear shadows. The power of a forbidden spell was terrifying. They didn't give the magic balls a chance to explode together. The 4 ultimate warriors of darkness rushed out, and within the spear shadows, the magic balls that had gathered all of Nian Bing's magic power were reduced one after another. Although Nian Bing's control was exquisite, the 4 ultimate warriors of darkness were really too strong. Not only were their attacks tyrannical, but their speed was also as fast as lightning. It was too late for the magic balls to break free. At this time, the 1st elder led the other 3 elders to launch a storm of attacks on Nian Bing. Their fighting auras crisscrossed the air, and streaks of fighting auras continuously chased after Nian Bing's flickering figure, making it so that she didn't have much energy to control the magic. Helpless, Nian Bing could only give the last order to her magic balls, exploding them together. The air seemed to have stopped at this moment. The 4 elders who were originally attacking Nian Bing pushed their fighting auras to the maximum at the same time. For silver balls of light scattered in all directions, an entire underground square sunk into a hell of ice and fire. The 9th step magic that was originally released by the 5th elder was completely swallowed by this hell of ice and fire. The temperature in the air alternated between hot and cold, and a violent energy storm swept out. The barrier that the 5th elder and 6th elder jointly set up was smashed to pieces. The 2nd elder, 5th elder, and 6th elder were surrounded by the dark airflow formed by the ultimate warriors of darkness, protecting the 3 archmages. The forbidden spell that the 2nd elder used wasn't a powerful one-time use forbidden spell, but the 4 ultimate warriors of darkness were equivalent to 4 powerful dark swordsmen. Although they could only be maintained for a limited time, the destructive power they could cause in a short period of time was incomparably great. Although the eruption of the hell of ice and fire temporarily blocked the 4 warriors of darkness, once they were released, even 4 real swordsmen would only be able to resist. Nian Bing was actually very helpless. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice but to summon the ultimate warriors of darkness and the 4 elders, he wouldn't have chosen to completely erupt his magic power. He was very clear that once the eruption of energy passed, the 3 archmages would be freed up to deal with him, who had lost most of his magic power. It was simply impossible for him to escape. However, at this time he had no other choice. Chapter 143. The combat auras released by the 4 elders formed a large net in the air. Although she had the support of the shadow puppet and shadow puppet, the space that Nian Bing could dodge was getting smaller and smaller. If she were to collide with any of the elders' combat auras, she would definitely suffer a heavy blow. That was why she had no choice but to do so. The ice and fire hell created by the violent explosion also affected Luan Bing. His Sky Eye domain had become extremely weak due to the lack of mana to support it. The powerful impact, once again, forced him to the edge of the stone wall. Although he still had some willpower, without the support of mana, he was already at the end of his rope. This was the first time the 7 shadow puppet had been destroyed. His most powerful spell did not cause any real damage to the 7 elders. Unless he used the Curse of Life, there was nothing else he could use to defend against the elders' attacks. However, how could he use the Curse of Life in a test like this? Nian Bing panted heavily as she used the Sky Eye domain and her strong body to defend against the impact of the ice and fire hell. She kept thinking about what she should do next. At this time, Tianxiang was burning in a corner and was not affected by the ice and fire hell. A third of her body was still burning. "Boss, can you do it? If not, let me do it." Oscar's lazy voice sounded in Nian Bing's mind. The gray aura in his chest started to stir. His voice immediately woke Nian Bing up from her thoughts. She asked hesitantly, "Can you do it? The elders outside are each stronger than the last." Although Oscar was the descendant of the Dragon King, he had only hatched for a short time. Oscar chuckled and said, "Of course we can't fight head-on, but if I were to use this body, I would be stronger than you. You don't have much magic left, so go and rest for a while. Leave it to your brother. Anyway, we don't have much time left, so we'll just have to hold on." He was one with Nian Bing, and their souls were connected. When Nian Bing first started fighting the 7 elders, he was already awake. Through the connection between their souls, he naturally knew what was going on in this battle. Nian Bing could no longer hold on, so Oscar suggested that he should continue to face the next test. At this time, Nian Bing had no other choice. She agreed and withdrew her Qi Xin power. She retracted her soul into her Tian Yin acupoint and gave up control of her body. Oscar had not been in control of this body for quite some time. When he regained control of the body, Nian Bing's blue eyes glowed with a hint of golden light. The protective innate domain was replaced by a layer of faint gray air current. Within the gray air current, there was a hint of golden light. Although he didn't have the protection of the heavenly eye domain, the remaining energy of the ice and fire domain couldn't harm him at all. Oscar stretched his body and shouted exaggeratedly, "Divine Dragon, cover!" He was intelligent and naturally knew that he couldn't let others know that he shared a body with Nian Bing. This exaggerated shout was to cover up the truth. Gray scales gradually grew out of his skin. The faint gray scales shone with a faint light. The scales were fine, and there wasn't much change on the surface. However, Oscar's overall defense had increased by several folds. The bones all over his body made cracking sounds. His body was filled with explosive power as he leaped up. In a flash, he directly pounced on the 7th elder who had retreated to the side to avoid the frost and fire hell. Persimmons should always be picked on the weak. Whether it was in terms of ranking or real strength, the 7th elder was the weakest among the Blood Lion Hall elders. At this time, the 7 elders had already struggled out of the ice and fire hell. They were just about to continue attacking Nian Bing when they clearly saw Nian Bing pouncing on the 7th elder at lightning speed. The 7th elder was stunned. Previously, Nian Bing had only used magic. Why did he suddenly attack him directly? Although Nian Bing's speed was fast, there were no fancy moves. The punch that was thrown with speed didn't seem to have much power. The 7th elder didn't think too much. He turned around and blasted out 3 palms at the speed of lightning to meet Oscar's attack. When the two's fighting auras collided, the 7th elder was shocked to find that the gray fighting aura released by the opponent was full of stickiness. More than half of his fighting aura was as if it was hitting rubber and didn't affect the fighting aura at all. At this time, Oscar had already closed in on him and punched towards the 7th elder's right chest. Oscar's speed was as fast as the shadow marionette in the heavenly eye domain. The 7th elder was very experienced in battle. In a situation where he couldn't dodge, he lightly struck out with his palm. It was the best choice for him to attack the opponent's vital point. Unfortunately, his judgment was wrong. Oscar didn't seem to see his attack at all. His speed increased a little. The 7th elder's palm strike was only halfway through, and his fighting aura hadn't been fully released when it came into contact with Oscar's body. In that instant, the seventh elder clearly felt Oscar's body tremble slightly. He actually dissipated 30% of the energy from his attack. Oscar's body was as hard as steel, and there was a muffled bang. At the same time, Oscar's right fist had already landed on the seventh elder's body. The seventh elder's fighting aura had reached its limit. Unfortunately, the energy in Oscar's fist spun rapidly and forcibly broke through 70% of the seventh elder's fighting aura, accurately landing on the seventh elder's right chest. The seventh elder opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was directly pierced through. Fortunately, he knew how to dissipate energy, so he wasn't fatally injured by Oscar's attack. Even so, an extremely strange energy had already invaded his meridians. That energy was very strange. It didn't destroy his body. Instead, it continuously devoured the fighting aura in his body. The seventh elder couldn't control the momentum of his body at all. He crashed into the wall far away and slowly slid to the ground. At this time, he didn't even dare to move. He endured the pain from his body and used all his strength to resist Oscar's energy that had invaded his body. One of the seven elders had lost the ability to attack under Oscar's sudden sneak attack. Oscar didn't have an easy time dealing with the seventh elder's attack. Although it looked like the attack was as light as a feather and a lot of its energy had been dissipated, it still made Oscar grimace. Although the holy fighting aura couldn't break through the defense of his dragon body, it still hurt. He didn't chase after the seventh elder. Instead, he leaped into the air. He didn't use the ground to instantly change his direction. He flew diagonally to the side and dodged the joint attack of the first elder, second elder, and fourth elder. At this time, the four ultimate dark knights summoned by the second elder still rushed forward. They roared angrily and locked onto Oscar. Oscar, who was originally full of confidence, finally understood how strong the seven elders that Nian Bing had faced were. His confidence when he just received his body had been greatly damaged. Just as he was hesitating about which direction to go, the shadow puppet, which had been motionless since Oscar received his body, suddenly moved. The shadow puppet had disappeared because Nian Bing gave up her body, but the shadow puppet was still there. Oscar thought that it had also lost its ability to fight, but the shadow puppet's sudden movement gave him fright. The shadow puppet's target was actually the four powerful Dark Knights. What surprised everyone even more was that when the shadow puppet rushed into the midst of the four Dark Knights, huge bodies actually trembled. A dark purple light floated out from the shadow puppet's body and instantly enveloped the four Dark Knights' huge bodies. Not only did the Dark Knights not attack, but their bodies also trembled slightly under the dark purple light, as if they were afraid of something. At this time, the shadow puppet raised the demon-devouring blade in its hand. A sharp whistling sound came from its mouth, and the four Dark Knights' bodies disappeared in an instant. They turned into a huge amount of dark energy and crazily surged into the shadow puppet's already somewhat dim body. Under the influence of the huge amount of energy, the shadow puppet not only recovered to its peak state, but it also no longer looked like an illusion, but a real body. It was a real body that looked exactly like Nian Bing. Its entire body was covered in a long robe condensed from dark energy. Its eyes revealed a dark red light, and its powerful aura was full of oppression. Streaks of black lightning constantly flashed and entered the black gem on the demon-devouring blade's hilt. Oscar did not have the time to admire the shadow puppet's transformation, because the Great Elder and the other two had already caught up to him. Although he was fast, the combined attack of the three elders was extremely powerful, directly sealing off all of his escape routes. Oscar had no choice but to exchange a palm strike with each of the three elders. His technique was not as good as the three elders, and what he relied on was his speed and strong body. The strange gray energy helped him a lot, and in the midst of the violent rumbling, he retreated as he fought, taking dozens of palm strikes from the three elders head-on. Although his body was extremely strong, Oscar already felt uncomfortable, as if the chi and blood in his body were boiling. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood and angrily shouted, "Dragon Realm." The golden light that was originally faintly visible in the gray light suddenly became clear, and a golden halo floated out. Oscar looked up to the sky and let out a deafening dragon roar. The scales on his body clearly became much thicker, and a golden light burst out from his eyes. The scales on his hands had already turned into a dazzling golden color. His body shook, and fist shadows filled the sky to meet the attacks of the three elders. Under the strong external pressure, Oscar had no choice but to use the special attack of the first level of the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. Although his strength had been cultivated to the first level, this Dragon God's power consumed a lot of his energy. But after all, the Dragon God's Heart Sutra was a top cultivation technique that only the Dragon God could cultivate. The appearance of the Dragon Realm immediately caused Oscar's strength to reach a new level. Boom, boom, boom. 3 punches were thrown out, and unexpectedly the 3 elders were forced to fly back, and the scales on his body were flushed red. This was the reaction when the dragon power was used to the limit. This was the first time Oscar fought with someone, so he didn't have much experience. He didn't chase after the 3 elders, and with a flash he had already retreated to the side of the shadow puppet. At this time, the dragon realm that he used all his strength to use disappeared just like that, and the scales on his hands returned to their gray color. Oscar gasped for breath and cursed in his heart. Damn it, if I can evolve to the 2nd stage of the dragons, or cultivate to the 3rd level of the Dragon God's Heart Sutra, why would I be afraid of these old guys? Damn it, the consumption of dragon power is too fast. The shadow puppet's figure moved horizontally, blocking in front of Oscar. He didn't look at the position of the 7 elders, and the demon devouring blade in his hand spewed out a blade light that was more than 10 feet long. It quickly drew a few arcs in the air and blasted away the magic of the 2nd elder, 5th elder, and 6th elder. At this time, the great elder and the other 2 elders had rushed up again. Oscar was in a bad state, and they were also in a bad state. Under the effect of the dragon realm, the 3 punches that Oscar and them exchanged were filled with strong vibrations, shaking the meridians of the 3 elders. But seeing that the dragon Tianxiang was about to burn out, they didn't care about regulating their own energy. At this time, the shadow puppet seemed to have changed into a different person. The dark red light in his eyes flickered, and he held the demon devouring blade with both hands. He didn't dodge or retreat, and he wildly slashed out again and again. The surging dark energy condensed into a powerful fighting aura, and he faced the 3 elders head-on. At this time, the 2nd elder was too weak to launch any more magic attacks. Of course, the shadow puppet's ability to destroy all dark magic also made him a little scared. The forbidden spell that he used all his strength to cast actually became the opponent's energy. This kind of feeling was probably not good for anyone. Although the 5th and 6th elders wanted to use more powerful magic, Tianxiang's burning condition didn't allow them to continue chanting the forbidden spell for a long time. Therefore, they could only continuously cast Tier 5 and Tier 6 spells to harass the shadow puppet. However, after absorbing the energy of the 4 dark knights, the dark puppet had become extraordinarily powerful. It simply stood in front of Oscar and swung its sword again and again, each strike carrying a huge amount of energy. Not only did the dark puppet meet the fierce attacks of the 3 dark knights head-on, but it also easily dispelled the magic of the 5th and 6th elders with a single swing of its sword. Nianbing and Oscar switched roles again. When Nianbing once again took control of Oscar's body, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Because of the huge impact of the energy from before, her body was constantly in intense pain. Fortunately, Oscar's draconic power had completely transformed his body. Otherwise, after being attacked by the 4 swordsman elders, his body might have already collapsed. In fact, what Nianbing didn't know was that even among the swordsmen, there were differences in strength. Although these 7 elders were too old and couldn't break through the realm of archmage and swordsman to reach a higher level, they were now at the peak of the swordsman and archmage level. This was especially true for the first elder, who could summon a flame dragon with every palm strike. Not only was he a swordsman, the flame pavilion technique that was attached to his do chi had the strength of an archmage. If it wasn't for Nian Bing using guerrilla tactics to contend with these 7 elders, coupled with his miraculous Heaven's Eye domain and shadow puppet, he might not have been a match for the first elder alone. Previously, he had overestimated himself. How could the 7 elders of the Blood Lion Hall be ordinary people? At this moment, the shadow puppet could be said to be the eye of the storm. After hiding in the eye of the storm, Nian Bing carefully observed the body in front of her that seemed to be exactly the same as her. When the shadow puppet used the demon-devouring blade, the energy would instantly increase with every slash. Nian Bing could clearly feel that the shadow puppet's energy was rapidly decreasing, but it didn't seem to have any intention of retreating. Slash after slash, it almost crazily fought against the 6 elders. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in Nian Bing's heart. It was as if the shadow puppet in front of her was no longer a mass of energy, but a real person. After the shadow puppet once again slashed through the great elder's red fighting aura, the elders stopped attacking. The shadow puppet's body trembled slightly, but it still stood there stubbornly. At this moment, Nian Bing could clearly feel that she had regained control of the shadow puppet. Glancing at the dragon Tianxiang in the distance, Nian Bing put the shadow puppet and the demon-devouring blade into her space ring. Although she looked a little embarrassed now, she was incomparably happy, because in the shadow puppet's final resistance, the dragon Tianxiang had finally burned out. Not only was Nian Bing gasping for breath, but the other elder's breathing was also unstable. The great elder looked at Nian Bing with a strange expression. "Nian Bing, how old are you this year?" Nian Bing answered honestly, "I'm about 20 years old." "Great elder, I should be considered to have passed the test, right?" she asked tentatively. Once the great elder's answer was affirmative, it would prove that she had passed the test. She had become the true leader of the Blood Lion cult and had complete control of the entire Blood Lion cult strength. The great elder's gaze swept over the other elders. The 5th and 6th elders had already supported the 2nd elder of the earth, who had exhausted his magic power and walked over. The 7th elder had also finally dissolved the half-baked energy that Oscar had sent into his body. Of course, the price was also disastrous. More than 60% of his fighting aura had been transformed by Oscar's strange energy, and it would take at least a day or 2 to recover. The 7 elders stood in a row in front of Nian Bing. Just as Nian Bing was feeling uneasy, the 7 elders knelt down on one knee at the same time. They said respectfully, "The 7 elders of the Blood Lion cult greet the white-haired leader." Nian Bing was shocked, and then she was overjoyed. She had finally gained control of the most powerful underground force in the entire Yingan continent. She hurried forward a few steps and helped the great elder up. She said respectfully, "Great-grandfather, uncles, great-grandpas, please rise. How can I accept your salutations? From now on, no matter what, you don't have to salute me." The great elder looked deeply at Nian Bing, his eyes filled with gratification. "To be honest, I really don't understand how you did it. When I was 20 years old, I was only a martial arts master, but even so, I was already the most outstanding talent in the entire Rong family. You and I are the same, walking the path of magic martial arts, but your strength is no worse than mine now. Moreover, you even have an innate territory and can summon special creatures to help you attack. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen an ability like yours. Demonic Lion was right. The young, you are more suitable for the position of the cult leader than him. It seems that the future of the Blood Lion cult will become brighter." Nian Bing, "Oh no, I should call you white-haired. The cult leader never uses his real name. From now on, As long as the 7 of us are still alive, we will unreservedly support you. Whatever you want to do, you can do it boldly. Our Bloodlion sect has been hiding underground for many years. It's time for us to move around. The second elder suddenly said, "Boy, what is that shadow of yours? It seems to be the nemesis of darkness, but it belongs to darkness itself." It had been many years since the last time he suffered a loss. The second elder's overall strength was second only to the great elder, but today he was the one who suffered the most. He used several powerful dark magic, but not only did it not work, he also almost had all of his magic power devoured by the shadow puppet. Although he had already acknowledged Nianbing as the new cult leader, he was still angry when he thought of how he couldn't fight back. The 7th elder walked up and pinched Nianbing. He also said in a bad mood, "Boy, what was that fighting chi of yours? It's so strange, you almost got us killed." Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "Elders, sometimes even I don't know how strong I am. In fact, I'm only comparable to one of you. However, I was lucky enough to obtain 7 magic blades. They are all top-notch divine blades. Regardless of whether it's the innate domain or the 7 shadow puppets that you saw just now, they were all cultivated on the basis of these 7 blades." The second elder's eyes widened. "What did you say? Just now you only used a puppet technique of the 7th step? Boy, are you trying to anger me to death? You should know that my ultimate Dark Knight summon is second only to the infernal Magic Dragon summon in the Dark Magic puppet system. You destroyed one of my forbidden spells with a little puppet technique? All my years of practicing dark magic have been in vain." Nianbing hurriedly said with a smile, "Second elder, don't be angry. Didn't I just say that my puppetry technique is based on the foundation of the magic blade? Also, you should have already noticed that I practice all types of magic. Thus, there are many changes in magic. Sometimes, even I don't understand some of the changes in magic." The great elder said with a smile, "A genius all-element magician. I didn't expect that the current 4th generation of our Rong family would have such a talent like you. Good, very good. Let's go out. Now, you can make all the decisions in the cult. We should also discuss your plan to change the world. Nianbing, if you have any questions, you can ask us. We will help you to take the position of cult leader." They returned to the ground. Nianbing's body had already become much more comfortable. The innate qi made his magic power recover much faster than ordinary magicians, and his body had been transformed by Oscar's dragon soul, so the recovery ability was also very strong. The pain in his body had lessened a lot. However, the 2nd elder and the 7th elder didn't look so good. After all, they were already over 100 years old. Although they were powerful, they couldn't be compared with young people. Su had been waiting outside the rockery all this time. When he saw that Nianbing was in a somewhat difficult situation, he walked out unharmed. He couldn't help but be so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't dare to ask too much, and hurriedly took Nianbing and the 7th elder back to the assembly hall. The 7 elders took their seats, one after another. The 2nd elder and the 7th elder both closed their eyes and rested. They were indeed a little tired. The great elder took out a golden lion from his bosom and handed it to Su, saying seriously, "According to the order of the 7th elder of the Bloodlion Hall, from today onwards, the cult leader of the Bloodlion Hall will take over. Everyone in the Bloodlion Hall will follow the orders of the substitute cult leader, White Hair. Anyone who disobeys the orders of the cult leader will be killed without mercy." Although Su already had a premonition, when he received the order from the great elder, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He looked at Nianbing, who was in a somewhat difficult situation, and was stunned for a moment. The great elder frowned slightly and said, "What? Do you want me to repeat the order?" Only then did Su come to his senses. Nianbing had actually passed the perverted test of the 7 elders. Heavens! Had the world really changed? He was only in his 20s. How could it be? Could it be that he had cultivated for many years and regained his youth? Yes, it must be so. His hair was all white. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He took the golden lion from the great elder and hurried out to carry out the order. The great elder turned to Nianbing and said, "Now, we can discuss the specific plan. I want to hear your plan. If I'm not wrong, you should already have a general plan." Nianbing nodded and said, "This plan is very important to the cult. Therefore, we must first be cautious. Secondly, this operation must be fast. Only by reaching the goal with lightning speed can we succeed. The most important thing for the operation is information. I need all the information about the politics of the entire Ice Moon Empire, especially the situation of the princes, the distribution of their strength, and all the information about themselves." The great elder smiled and said, "Information has always been the most important thing to the Blood Lion Hall. You can ask us directly if you want to know anything. That's because the Blood Lion Hall is the intelligence center of our sect. What you want to know, us old fellows should know. The Ice Moon Empire has always been under the third elder's charge. You can ask now." Nianbing thought for a moment and said, "First, I want to know how many officials in the Ice Moon Empire are under our control." The third elder's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "This is a good question. It seems that you have thought of something. Yes, not only in the Ice Moon Empire, but in all the 5 empires there are officials under our control. There is no lack of high-ranking officials. Currently, there are more than 20 officials under our control in the Ice Moon Empire. There are 3 people with more power. 2 of them are from the military. The other one is the finance minister of the Ice Moon Empire, Sudaling. Sudaling is a member of the Blood Lion Hall, and he is also the vice leader of the Ice Moon Hall. We have also thought of secretly controlling the politics of the Ice Moon Empire. Therefore, he is now relying on the 5th prince, who is most likely to inherit the throne. The other 2 military officials are currently maintaining a neutral attitude. We originally planned to wait until the Ice Moon Empire was finally decided before letting them make a decision. Now, it seems that the plan needs to be changed." Nianbing asked, "Then who are these 2 people? How much of an effect can they be?" The third elder smiled and said, "The first person's position is not very high. However, he is deeply trusted by the current king of the Ice Moon Empire. He is the mayor of the Ice Moon City and is in charge of the 50,000 Ice Moon guards in the outer city. He is Count Nuzur." "What?" Nianbing exclaimed. The Blood Lion Hall actually controlled such an important person. Originally, he was not completely sure about the plan. However, after hearing this news, he was almost certain that the success rate of his plan was more than 90%. The third elder said, "However, although he controls a lot of military forces and is in charge of all the defense of the Ice Moon City, he is only in charge of the military forces in the outer city. In the Ice Moon City, the biggest power is the royal guards that are directly under the king. Although they only have 10,000 soldiers, all of them are experts. There are also many high-ranking magicians from the Ice God Tower in the palace. There are also many experts recruited by the king. Even if the Ice Moon guards suddenly betray us, they will not be able to cause any threat to the palace. However, this power in the palace is not something we can control. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to directly betray us. As for the other military official that we control, he does not have any military power in the city. Whoever he submits to, he can only be a deterrent to a certain extent." Nianbing smiled and said, "I did not intend to betray us. That was a bad plan. If I am not wrong, this royal guards should only listen to the king. They will be loyal to whoever the king decides to pass the throne to. Am I right?" The third elder nodded and looked at Nianbing said with approval, "Yes, that is correct." Nianbing said, "Then can you tell me the power distribution of the princes now?" The third elder said, "Of course. Right now, the first prince and the second prince are both born of the empress. Therefore, although these 2 brothers are also fighting openly and secretly when their common enemy, the 5th prince, rose, they have already joined forces to fight against him. Many of the Empress's immediate family members are high-ranking officials of the Ice Moon Empire. In addition, there is an order of seniority. Therefore, the first prince and the second prince originally had the largest power. However, it has to be said that the fifth prince has extraordinary talent. In just a few years, he has roped in many high-ranking officials of the imperial court. Recently, we have received news that he has officially received the support of the rapidly rising Magicians Guild in the Ice Moon Empire. Overall, the power that the fifth prince controls now is not inferior to that of the first prince and the second prince. As for the other princes, they were all incompetent. The third, fourth, and sixth princes only knew how to enjoy themselves and didn't have any great achievements. They only wanted to be free and unfettered kings. So they were waiting for one of their brothers to ascend the throne and send them to other places after being bestowed the title of king. As for the seventh prince you mentioned, to be honest, I do not think highly of him. He has always been very low-key. Although he is not greedy for luxury, his special hobby is very difficult to accept. Even the current king rarely pays attention to him. Therefore, among the seven princes, his power is the weakest. Chapter 144. Nian Bing smiled and said, "It is precisely because he is the weakest that he will not attract attention. Therefore, we have chosen him as the successor of the Ice Moon Empire. Third elder, I would like to use the Bloodline Sex Network to meet him. This seventh prince, Yen Feng, does not have any good feelings towards politics. I must communicate with him. At the same time, we must pay attention to when the fifth prince returns to Ice Moon City from Ice Snow City. Only then can we make a move." Nian Bing paused for a moment and thought carefully. After discussing with the seven elders, she gave a few orders before quietly leaving the Warriors' Union and returning to the inn. After the battle with the seven elders, Ling Nian Bing was extremely tired. However, he only rested for 2 hours before evening arrived. Dragging his slightly recovered body, he returned to Marshal Shui Po's residence. He continued to cook dinner every day. Just as he entered the marshal's residence, Nian Bing met Shui Po's daughter, Shuiyu. When Shuiyu saw Nian Bing, she did not avoid him and pulled him over. "Nian Bing, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Why did you come back so late?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Why, is Miss looking for me? Don't worry, I won't miss dinner." Shuiyu pulled Nian Bing towards the kitchen and said, "You don't know, but there are important guests in the residence today. Father wants you to prepare a sumptuous dinner. It must be something special. Prepare according to the amount of food for 10 people. Hurry up, the guests will be here soon." Nian Bing said in surprise, "Miss, what kind of guests can make you so nervous?" Shuiyu said, "It's not that I'm nervous, it's Father. I haven't seen him so nervous in a long time. Looking at him, today's guests are definitely not ordinary. Father is already changing his clothes. I heard from Mother that Father is going to personally welcome the guests at the entrance of the marshal's residence." Nian Bing was sweating profusely. He could not help but secretly guess who the guests were. The blood-devouring, soul-extinguishing Snow Soul had always been arrogant and was famous for being an iron-blooded general. Could it be the king of the Ice Moon Empire? That's not right, given Snow Soul's personality. Even if the king was here, she wouldn't be able to do anything. It was impossible for him to be so nervous. Furthermore, the king was seriously ill. Why would he suddenly come to the marshal's mansion? With doubts in her mind, Nian Bing was dragged to the kitchen by Shuiyu. Shuiyu giggled and said, "Nian Bing, you're such a good cook. I'll watch you cook today. Is that okay?" Nian Bing smiled. "Are you supervising me, or do you want to take me as your teacher?" Shuiyu's character was very different from Shuijing's. She didn't have the temper of a young lady at all. Compared to Long Ling's gentleness, she was more lively. Although Nian Bing had only stayed in the residence for a few days, he was already very familiar with her. They were like ordinary friends. After dinner, Shuiyu would always ask Nian Bing some questions about food. Shuiyu smiled and said, I want to take you as my teacher, but I don't know if you're willing to accept. Nianbing smiled and said, forget it. I'm afraid the marshal will kill me. I'm still young. I still want to marry and have children. Shuiyu's pretty face turned red. Hateful, I knew you wouldn't accept. But I'm a girl. I often heard others say that if you want to tie a man's heart, you must first tie his stomach. I want to learn some cooking skills from you so that when I get married in the future, I can be a good wife and mother. Nianbing looked at Shuiyu's somewhat shy appearance and secretly thought, this is really a good girl. I don't know who will be lucky enough to marry her in the future. That person will definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but nod to Shuiyu. Shuiyu was overjoyed. Nianbing, are you really willing to teach me cooking? Nianbing smiled and said, why not? I will definitely fulfill your wish. But I don't know who will be so lucky to marry our Miss Shuiyu in the future. Shuiyu's pretty face turned even redder. She lowered her head somewhat bashfully and said, hateful, don't make fun of me. Do I have to call you master in the future? Nianbing shook his head and said, that's not necessary. If you want, you can call me Big Brother. I will accept you as my younger sister. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, Big Brother will stand up for you. He had a good impression of Shuiyu in his heart, but he didn't have the slightest feelings for her. Just like Kitty, he completely treated Shuiyu as his younger sister. Shuiyu clapped her hands and said with a smile, good. I'm father's only daughter. I've always wanted to have a brother who can protect me. Seeing her happy look, Nianbing couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, you're Miss and I'm just a chef. I should be the one trying to climb up the social ladder. Shuiyu pouted and said, what climb up the social ladder? I think you're very good. Those identities and whatnot are annoying just thinking about them. I've decided that you're my big brother, so you're my big brother. Nianbing took a step forward and lowered his head, saying, then tell Big Brother, who is your sweetheart? Don't tell me you don't have one, I won't believe you. When I said those words just now, your eyes were filled with longing, and your heart was beating very fast. Obviously, you already have a goal. Maybe I can help you with something. Hateful, I just acknowledged you as my big brother, and you're already making fun of me. Actually, I know that it's impossible between him and me. As she said that, she lowered her head sadly. Nianbing was stunned. Looking at Shuiyu's sad appearance, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Does this person already have a family? Shuiyu shook her head and said, no, but I know that he won't like me. Not now, not in the future. Nianbing didn't ask any more, because he didn't want to see Shuiyu's sad appearance. He patted her shoulder and said with a smile, didn't you want to learn cooking? All right, let's start from today. Today, Big Brother will let you see what true cooking is like. Xiaoyu, I think you should have learned martial arts before, right? Shuiyu nodded and said, I learned some from father, but my talent isn't good and I don't work hard. My current level is very average, far worse than Big Sister Shuejing. Nianbing thought to herself, your sister Shuejing is now the Dragon King's disciple, but she'll probably be even worse off in the future. With a certain foundation in martial arts, it'll be much easier for you to learn cooking. Today, you can watch it first, and then you can recall my movements. The foundation of cooking is rationality. Any food has its own rationality. If you can connect them in a reasonable way, then you can. Then, your cooking can at least reach the level of an ordinary chef. But if you want to improve to a higher level, you can only rely on your continuous efforts. Looking at Nianbing's serious appearance, Shuiyu said in surprise, Big Brother, is there a relationship between cooking and martial arts? Nianbing smiled faintly. He said, of course, in fact, every skill is interlinked and there are points to learn from each other. Do you know why the dishes I make are very special? Because it's not just about cooking alone. Come with me. You'll understand once you see my production method. Ever since his cooking skills were recognized by Snow Soul, Nianbing's cooking was done in a separate place. He didn't want too many people to see his cooking process using magic. But today was an exception. When Nian Bing brought plates of dishes to the living room, Shui Yu was still standing in the kitchen where he had cooked before. She stood there in a daze, her big eyes looking at the various kitchen utensils and ingredients on the stove without blinking. Everything that Nian Bing had done before had brought her too much shock. She had never thought that there would be such a world in this world. She couldn't believe that such culinary skills existed in this world. She was deeply shocked as she recalled the beautiful scene. She had never expected Nian Bing's culinary skills to be so amazing. Nian Bing had made a total of 16 dishes, 6 cold and 10 hot. In addition, there was a pot of fragrant pigeon meat rice. Although it took a lot of time, these were the dishes he was best at. When he came to the living room to deliver the pigeon meat rice while wearing the Marshall's mansion's servant's clothes, the originally empty living room was already filled with people. Snow Soul and her husband were respectfully pouring tea. There were 7 guests sitting in the living room. When Nian Bing came in with the food, he saw them. At the same time, they also saw Nian Bing. Both parties were stunned, because Nian Bing discovered that the 7 guests today were actually the Blood Lion's 7 elders, who he had just parted with not long ago. The Blood Lion's 7 elders were even more shocked. Nian Bing, who had just succeeded the position of sect leader, was actually wearing the servant's clothes to deliver food to the table in the Snow Soul manner. Snow Soul heard the footsteps and turned to look at Nian Bing. Coincidentally, he didn't see the Blood Lion's 7 elders' shocked gazes. His footsteps sank slightly as he said, "Is the food ready? You actually came back so late today. If there's a next time, I'll deduct your wages. Where's Miss? Have you seen Miss?" Nian Bing woke up from his daze. In an instant, he understood that the other military official controlled by the Blood Lion cult was actually one of the 3 marshals, blood-devouring soul-destroying Snow Soul. Ling Nian Bing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this sudden change. The support he had been trying to win over was actually his own subordinate. How strange was this? At this thought, Nian Bing couldn't help but smile. Miss wants to learn cooking from me. She just acknowledged me as her big brother. She's in the kitchen right now. I'll call her over. What? You? Or acknowledged you as her big brother? Madame Shui couldn't help but frown. Although she wasn't a snobbish person, Nian Bing's status as a chef was too different from Shui Yu's. What she was most worried about was that her daughter would take a liking to Nian Bing's handsome appearance. Now that Nian Bing said this, Madame Shui's heart sank. What she was most worried about had happened. Compared to Madame Shui's shock, Snow Soul's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. He had been suspicious of Nian Bing before, but because Nian Bing hadn't done anything special in the past few days, his suspicions had lessened a lot. Now that Nian Bing suddenly said that his daughter had acknowledged him as her big brother, Snow Soul's killing intent surged. However, with the arrival of an important guest, the killing intent only flashed through his eyes for a moment before quickly returning to normal. He calmly said, "All right, then go and call Miss over." He had already decided that he would capture Nian Bing after he sent the guest away and interrogate him in detail about his motives. Nian Bing had discovered the true relationship between Snow Soul and the Blood Lion sect. Naturally, he didn't want to hide anything. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he said to the Great Elder and the others, 7 elders, "I didn't think that we would meet again so soon." Snow Soul was shocked. He turned to the Great Elder and noticed that the 7 elders had already stood up. He asked in confusion, "Great Elder, is he also a member of our cult?" He was even more surprised than before. If Nian Bing was also a member of the Blood Lion cult, then all his previous worries were unnecessary. Seeing that Nian Bing didn't hide his identity, the 7 elders hurried forward and said respectfully, "7 elders of the Blood Lion cult, greet the cult leader." Nian Bing waved his hand and said, "7 elders, there's no need to be so polite." The Great Elder said to Snow Soul in a deep voice, "This is our cult's new cult leader, White Hair. He has passed the Bloodlion Hall's test and has officially been promoted to cult leader. Hurry up and greet him." Snow Soul was shocked. He said to the great elder, But he's only a chef in our manor." This time, even the 7 elders were shocked. The great elder frowned and said, "What are you talking about? Hurry up and greet the cult leader." Snow Soul was confused, but he didn't dare to be rude. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Bloodlion Hall's preparatory elder, Snow Soul, greets the cult leader." Nian Bing laughed and said, "Elder Snow Soul, there's no need to be so polite. I really didn't expect, that we're actually family when I was trying to persuade you to help me. I've just taken over the position of cult leader, so there's no need to be so polite. I'll need you to do more for our cult in the future." Shuepo's clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. As a reserve elder of the Bloodlion Hall, he was very clear about the test one had to go through to become an official leader. Looking at the 7 elders, it was obvious that Nian Bing had already passed that perverted test. It was obvious how powerful he was. Furthermore, Shuepa had made him a chef for so many days. Although Snow Soul was a famous blood-sucking and soul-destroying chef, and his status in the Bloodlion Hall wasn't low, his position was still far from the cult leaders. He knelt on one knee and said fearfully, "Snow Soul didn't know that the cult leader was coming. I've been rude. Please punish me. It's our cult's fortune to have a talent like you." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sudden change. He then turned to the 7 elders and said, "Come, everyone, take a seat. I spent a lot of effort making this meal. Elders, please have a taste." As he spoke, he led the elders, Snow Soul and his wife, to their seats. Although Snow Soul repeatedly asked Nian Bing to sit at the main seat, he still chose a seat near the side and casually sat down. The first elder looked at the exquisite dishes on the table in shock. He had never seen them before. Before he could say anything, the short-tempered third elder said, "Cult leader, are you serious? Are you really a chef in Snow Soul's family?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "My other profession is a chef. Elder Snow Soul, I'm not lying to you. In a few months, I'll be representing the Clear Wind Fasting in the God of Cookery tournament." Snow Soul smiled bitterly and said, "Cult leader, please don't say any more. I'm really embarrassed." Madame Shui walked to Snow Soul's side. Nian Bing bowed and said, "This subordinate is an elder-in-waiting of the Snow Lion Hall. Greetings, elder." Snow Soul was a member of the Bloodlion Hall. Nian Bing was already surprised. He didn't expect Madame Shui to be a member of the Bloodlion Hall. The first elder saw Nian Bing's confusion and quickly explained, "Snow Soul is my first disciple. Speaking of which, he's your grandfather's junior brother. His wife is a disciple of the second elder. She cultivates dark magic. Although she hasn't become an archmage yet, she has a strange innate domain. Her domain is called Enmo. This domain doesn't require much magic power. It can be used to protect the body at any time. It doesn't have any offensive, defensive, or amplification effects, but it can completely conceal one's magic aura. She's also a rare talent of our cult." Madame Shui looked much calmer than Snow Soul. She smiled and said, "You flatter me, First Elder. This domain of mine is no different from not having one. It's a disgrace to my master." Although Madame Shui said that, how could Nian Bing, who was well versed in the mysteries of magic, not know the uses of this innate domain called Enmo? Even with his Heaven's Eye acupoint, he couldn't see any power in Madame Shui. She was just like an ordinary person. She should be a magic seeker now. If a magic seeker who looked like an ordinary person suddenly attacked, it would be a very frightening thing. This Enmo domain must be Madame Shui's greatest secret. If he wasn't the head of the Bloodlion Hall, he wouldn't have known. Just as Nian Bing was about to say something, Shui Yu's voice suddenly rang out. "Big brother Nian Bing, why are you still here? Why are you still here? I saw that your culinary skills were really amazing. You can start teaching me tonight. Shui Yu ran into the living room as she spoke. Seeing her daughter appear, Snow Soul's face darkened. Don't be rude. Can't you see there's a guest? Shui Yu was completely stunned by Nian Bing's culinary skills. When she came back to her senses, when she reacted, she immediately rushed to find Nian Bing. She had indeed forgotten that there was a guest at home today. She looked curiously at the 7 elders and stuck out her tongue, saying, "Oh, sorry, father. I'm here to call Nian Bing. We'll leave now." She even waved Nian Bing over. Snow Soul said, "All right, you can leave first. I still have some matters to attend to with Nian Bing. Let him introduce his dishes to the guests." Shui Yu had always been afraid of her father. Seeing Snow Soul's expression darken, she didn't dare to say anything else. Nian Bing gave a few glances and then left. Shui Yu and Nian Bing naturally noticed Snow Soul and Madame Shui's glances. Their gazes were a little strange, but neither of them said anything. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Elder Shui, Madame Shui, you don't have to misunderstand. I just feel that Miss Shui and I hit it off quite well, so I took her as my younger sister. I only treat her as my younger sister. Shui Yu is a good girl. She told me today that she wants to learn cooking so that she can find a good husband in the future. I can tell that she already has someone in her heart. If there's a chance, I'll teach her some cooking skills. From the looks of it, she's not a member of our sect yet." His meaning was very clear. He wanted to tell Snow Soul and Madame Shui that they didn't need to worry. He didn't have any feelings for their daughter. He only treated her as a younger sister. Shui secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Nian Bing's status was respected, from Nian Bing's handsome appearance and unknown strength, marrying such a person might not be a happy thing. After hearing Nian Bing's words, Shui Po's expression became much better. He sighed softly and said, "Yu has been very mischievous since she was young. She's not very interested in martial arts or magic. She's really too weak, so I didn't let her join the sect. She doesn't know that we're from the same sect. Sect Master, I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but the person you likes is the 7th prince whom you want to meet. Although the 7th prince has some special hobbies, his appearance and character are not bad. When you was 14, there was one time when I went to war with the army. You ran out to play and ran into bad people. Coincidentally, the 7th prince saved her. From then on, you secretly fell in love with the 7th prince. However, we don't understand why the 7th prince has such a hobby. Although he hasn't done anything to get married, he only seems to be interested in men. Although you and the 7th prince have become friends, they're like brothers all day long. If you want to meet the 7th prince, it's much easier to go through you than through me." Nian Bing was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly to herself. She didn't expect that the opportunity she had been looking for to meet Yen Feng had already appeared in front of her. With her relationship with Shui Yu, it was indeed not a problem to ask her to bring her to meet Yen Feng. "Elder Snow, I think that the reason why the 7 elders have come to see you today should be the same as mine. This time, I've come to Ice Moon City precisely because our sect is about to carry out a very large operation. For this operation, we need your cooperation." As she spoke, a rainbow-colored light flashed around Nian Bing's body. A barrier had already controlled the entire room, completely isolating the sound in the room. Shui Po hurriedly asked, "What is it that actually alarmed the sect master and the 7 elders to come to Ice Moon City personally?" The great elder said seriously, "Of course it's a big matter. First, we came to Ice Moon City to test the new white hair sect master for becoming an official disciple. The other thing is that we're going to take action against the Ice Moon Empire. This operation is related to the future development of our sect. Not only did we come, but we've also ordered the dispatch of 500 blood guards from our sect." After discussing with the great elder, Nian had already decided to dispatch combat personnel from other branches. The 500 blood guards from the Blood Lion Hall were the strongest in the Blood Lion Hall. In order to prevent the Blood Lion Hall from suffering too big of a blow if they failed, they decided to rely on the 500 blood guards and the combat personnel from the Ice Moon Hall to complete this mission together. Nian said, "This operation is called Heavenly Change." Schweppe was shocked and said, "Don't tell me we're going to." Nian smiled and said, "It's not what you think. Although our sect's secret forces are strong, we can't contend against a country. We're just going to help a prince ascend to the throne. Even so, we're already taking a big risk. This time, we'll have to rely on Elder Shue's help." Schweppe's heart skipped a beat and said, "Don't tell me you're going to help that incompetent 7th prince." Nian nodded and said, "That's right, it's him. I have a good relationship with Yen Feng. Besides, he hasn't been tainted by the corruption of the royal family. This person will only benefit us if he ascends to the throne. If it were any other prince, it would be very difficult for us to control them." Schweppe thought for a while and said, "Then should I announce my support for the 7th prince now?" Nian shook her head and said, "No, the time isn't right yet. After all, Yen Feng hasn't received any support yet. If you rashly support him, it will have the opposite effect. What we need to do now is to create all kinds of situations. Push him to the throne, and when you need to appear, I'll naturally inform you. You're an important official in the military. Now, I just want you to pay more attention to the military's movements. After all, once the 1st prince, 2nd prince, and 5th prince fight for the throne, it will definitely involve the military. Only the one who has the military's true support will be able to sit firmly on the throne." Schweppe pondered and said, "Currently, the military of the Ice Moon Empire is controlled by us 3 marshals. Although the command center has a lot of power, we 3 marshals restrict each other. Although my subordinates are the most capable, they have the least number of people. Moreover, the place where I'm stationed is not close to Ice Moon City. There haven't been any battles in recent years, and the other 2 marshals are also in Ice Moon City. They've already supported the 1st prince and 5th prince, respectively. It won't be easy to make the 7th prince do something." Nian smiled faintly, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "It won't be easy, but we don't have a chance. When the 3 princes are attacking each other, it will be our biggest chance. The various powers in Ice Moon City are in turmoil. The 5th prince has already successfully roped in the Ice Moon Empire's magic union. If I'm not wrong, he'll return to Ice Moon City soon to consolidate his power. At the same time, he'll try to find a way to get the king's approval as soon as possible. He's currently the most likely candidate to succeed the throne. When he returns to Ice Moon City, it will be time for us to act." Schweppe's eyes flashed with killing intent. She made a horizontal cut with her right hand. "You mean," Nian shook her head, "no, with our strength, although we have a high chance of killing him in an ambush, he can't die yet. If he dies, one side will become stronger and we won't have a chance. Therefore, although we want to kill someone, it won't be the 5th prince." 7 days later, the 5th prince, Yan Yun, led more than 100 of his followers and slowly advanced on the official road. From afar, he could already see the tall walls of Ice Moon City. Confidence grew in his heart as he thought to himself, "Ice Moon City, I'm back. This time, I'll definitely become your master, the master of the entire Ice Moon Empire." He had gained a lot from this trip to Ice Moon City. Although he lost the chance to chase after Shuejing because of Garamandi's appearance, he gained the support of the Ice Moon Empire's magic union. Now he was full of confidence in himself. Since he was back, it was time for him to take action. Reporting, a guard from the 5th prince's residence is riding a fast horse from the direction of Ice Moon City. After greeting the 5th prince's group, he hurriedly dismounted from his horse and knelt on the ground with one knee. Chapter 145. Speak. Has there been any changes in Ice Moon City while I was gone? Although the fifth prince had gone to Ice Moon City, he didn't dare to be careless about the situation in Ice Moon City. Now was the most crucial moment in the fight for the throne. The guard said, "Your Highness, while you were gone, the first prince and second prince were very active. They often met privately with ministers who support them, and even some ministers who support you. Also, Miss Bing Yin from the Ice God Tower is currently in Ice Moon City." What? Miss Bing Yin is in Ice Moon City? Hearing the name Bing Yin, the fifth prince's eyes lit up. Others might not know much about Bing Yin, but he knew that Bing Yin, who was known as Thousand Illusions, was the Ice Goddess Priestess' favorite disciple. The Ice Goddess Priestess doted on this disciple very much. Moreover, Bing Yin also had the rare innate domain. She was very likely to become the next Ice Goddess Priestess. Although the fifth prince was drooling over Bing Yin's beauty, he hoped to get Bing Yin's support even more. After all, although the Ice God Tower behind Bing Yin wasn't easy to control, the Ice God Tower was the symbol of a guardian in the Ice Moon Empire. If he had their support, then there would be no doubt that he would inherit the throne. Yes, Miss Bing Yin has already been in the city for more than 10 days. However, her actions are very strange. She only came into contact with the members of the Ice God Tower in the city once, but she has been staying in a small inn that isn't famous. There is also a 15 or 16-year-old girl and a man with her. The fifth prince furrowed his brows. He knew that the women from the Ice God Tower were very repulsed by men. He couldn't help but feel a trace of unease when he saw a man beside Frozen Cloud. "All right, you can leave. Pass down my order. Speed up and return to Ice Moon City immediately." Just as the fifth prince entered Ice Moon City, Nian Bing, dressed in plain clothes, was waiting for someone in a private room in Ice Moon City's most famous Hongbin restaurant. The door of the private room opened, and a handsome man with a cold aura walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Nian Bing, and the cold aura on his body instantly melted. He said in surprise, "Nian Bing, it's actually you who wanted to see me." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Please take a seat, Your Highness, the seventh prince." The person who came was Yen Feng. These days, Nian Bing had been secretly arranging the Blood Lion cult's secret operations. He was not in a hurry to see Yen Feng. When he knew that the fifth prince would return to Ice Moon City today, he asked Shui Yu for help and called Yen Feng out. Yen Feng smiled bitterly and said, "What, Your Highness, or Your Highness? I'm just a prince in name." "Ah, what happened to your hair? Why did it turn white?" Nian Bing shook her head and said, "No, you are the genuine seventh prince. My hair is fine. It's just an accident. It doesn't affect me much." Yen Feng gave Nian Bing a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you're really good. You even defeated Qianhuan Bingyan. Later on, when I looked for you, you were nowhere to be found. I didn't expect that we would meet again here. No wonder Shui, you asked me to come here. You know Xuejing, so it's normal to ask her sister for help. Why? Do you need something from me?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "There is indeed something. However, let's eat something first. I heard that Hongbin Restaurant is more famous than Qingfeng Restaurant. The dishes here should be very good. I've already ordered their most famous dishes. Of course, I'm very poor, so you'll have to pay the bill in the end." Yen Feng laughed and said, "That's easy. Nian Bing, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Do you treat me as a brother?" Nian Bing said, "Of course, haven't we always been friends?" Although she said so, in her heart she thought, "It's fine to treat you as a brother, but don't have any other thoughts. Then why do you avoid me so quickly every time you see me? It's as if you're avoiding me." Seeing the light in Yen Feng's eyes, Nian Bing sighed softly and said, "How do you want me to say this? If I say it's a coincidence, would you believe me? The first time we met was in Ice Snow City. At that time, I wasn't avoiding you, but you were summoned back to Ice Moon City. The second time we met was in the Huarong Empire. At that time, I didn't participate in the final of the cooking competition. It wasn't because I didn't want to participate, but because I was chased and forced to not participate. Now that I think about it, I'm still a little scared. At that time, I almost lost my life. The last time we met was in Dutian City. Although I also represented the Ice Moon Empire, there was a deep hatred between me and the Ice God Tower. At that time, you were with the people from the Ice God Tower. The situation was very complicated. After I won the championship, the woman I loved was suddenly taken away. I didn't even have time to talk to you before I went to save my girlfriend. If you think that I'm purposely avoiding you, I have nothing to say. Yen Feng looked deeply into Nian Bing's calm eyes. After a while, he sighed softly and said, "Then I'm misunderstood. Actually, even if you're purposely avoiding me, it's fine. I know who would really treat me as a friend." Nian Bing naturally understood the hidden meaning in his words, but he didn't say anything. At that time, the dishes were already on the table. Nian Bing didn't order a lot of dishes, only 4 dishes and a soup. However, every dish was extremely exquisite and whetted one's appetite. "Come, Brother Yen, let's talk while we eat." With that, Nian Bing picked up the chopsticks first. Yen Feng smiled faintly and said, "Nian Bing, if I'm not wrong, you must have come looking for me for something. If there's anything, just say it. Even though you might not treat me as a friend, I definitely treat you as one of mine. To be honest, you've always been very mysterious in my heart. Outstanding magic, exquisite culinary skills. You should be a few years younger than me, but you're much more outstanding than me." Nian Bing said, "Then do you want to hear my story?" Yen Feng was a little surprised. "Are you willing to tell me?" Nian Bing smiled. "I don't need to hide anything from my friends. Actually, I'm not originally from the Ice Moon Empire. I was born in a big family in the Huarong Empire. However, I didn't have a childhood. There's one thing that's very similar to us. Although our backgrounds are good, we're not happy. In comparison, I'm more unlucky than you. That's because since the age of 10, I've been living in hatred." Then he calmly recounted his childhood and the complicated relationship between his parents in detail. However, he didn't mention anyone's name in the process. He continued until he finished his apprenticeship with Cha Ji. After listening to Nian Bing, Yen Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. "Brother, I didn't expect your childhood to be so unfortunate. Who is your enemy? If I can help you, I'll definitely help you." Nian Bing lightly shook his head. "Brother Yen, I can't tell you who my enemy is yet. The revenge of my parents is absolutely irreconcilable. As a child, I must avenge my parents with my own hands. I do have something to ask of you today, but it has nothing to do with revenge. I've finished my story. Can you let me listen to yours? I can see that although you're a prince, you don't live a happy life. If you have something in your heart, you'll feel better if you tell me." Yen Feng lightly sighed. "Brother, since you're so honest with me, I have nothing to hide. Indeed, I'm not happy being a prince. I'm even worse than an ordinary person. Although my parents were always there when I was young, compared to most childhood, my experiences weren't much better than yours. You also know that my imperial father has a total of 7 sons. Among them, the first prince and the second prince were born of the empress. The other princes, as well as my older sisters and younger sisters, were all born of concubines in the harem. Only I am not. To be honest, it was an accident that I was able to come to this world. That was because my father was drunk and unintentionally slept with my mother, who was a palace maid. He didn't expect that after that I would be born." At this point, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. After a pause, Yen Feng continued, "Later, because of me, my mother was made a concubine. Of course, it was the lowest kind. You can't imagine the filth in the harem. My mother sacrificed a lot for me. According to the Ice Moon Empire's rules, as long as you're a prince, you have the possibility of inheriting the throne. With one more prince, there would naturally be one more person competing for the throne. For her 2 sons, the Empress and concubine Ru, the mother of the 5th prince, would naturally ostracize the other concubines for her son. Other than my mother, the other concubines more or less had some background. Although they were bullied, it wasn't serious. My pitiful mother was only a palace maid. Other than the day she gave birth to me, she never saw my father again until she died. My mother had a hard life. Everyone in the harem could bully her. At that time, I was still young and didn't have the ability to protect my mother. Seeing my mother become haggard and weak day by day, I wanted to grow up quickly so that I could protect her. However, my mother died before that day came. According to the people in the harem, my mother committed suicide by jumping into the lake. However, I knew very well that my mother's death wasn't like that. Behind her death, it was the Empress, concubine Ru, and the others' conspiracy. Without my mother's protection, it would be easier for them to deal with me. That year, I was only 8 years old. At this point, Yen Feng subconsciously clenched his fist. The chopsticks in his hand silently broke. Nian Bing took a piece of tissue and handed it to Yen Feng, whose eyes were red. He didn't say anything and just waited for Yen Feng to continue. Nian Bing, do you know why I have such a special hobby? I wasn't born with it. It was forced by those sluts. From the day my mother died, their conspiracy began to be used on me. However, I was a prince after all. Even if I didn't have any status, I was still one of the future heirs to the throne. They didn't dare to harm my life, but used despicable methods to harm me in the dark. It wasn't that I didn't like women by nature. It was because of them that I became like this. Today, there would be palace maids sent by the concubines to my side in the name of taking care of me. However, they would show their ugly faces in front of me. They humiliated me, and they even made me. At this point, his lips trembled because of his agitation. Taking a deep breath, Yen Feng forced himself to calm down before continuing. So, from then on, I was afraid of women. I was born with a natural fear of women. Just when I was feeling extremely helpless, my master appeared. His name was Shi Ian. He was only 21 years old. He was a very handsome man. His martial arts skills were very strong. At 21 years old, he was close to the level of a martial arts master. He was the complete opposite of those women. He was very gentle to me and treated me very well. He taught me martial arts skills and stayed by my side every day. At that time, how could I have known that it was a conspiracy? Nian Bing already understood some of it. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly for Yen Feng's misfortune. I grew up day by day. When I was 14 years old, my martial arts skills had a certain foundation. I was very attached to my master. He seemed to be my everything. However, on the night of my 14th birthday, my master actually made a move on me as a child. He was determined to take away my bastard. Nian Bing cursed loudly. This must be the scheme of those despicable people in the harem. They are subtly changing your mentality, right? Yen Feng nodded with a bitter smile and said, Yes, but I was still young. Although I felt that it was a little inappropriate, Shi Chuan was so good to me. I didn't reject him at all. The abnormal relationship between master and disciple was maintained until I was 17 years old. One day, my Shi Chuan suddenly and inexplicably died. I can imagine that he died because he was no longer of any use and because he knew the truth of the conspiracy. However, at that time, my personality had already changed. Even if I understood this, what use was it? Could I fight against those people in the dark? After that, I found an opportunity and moved out of the palace. I hated everyone in the palace, including my father. They were not my family, but my enemies. If there was a day when I had enough power to destroy them, I would do it without hesitation. Unfortunately, I was only the most disliked prince. Because of this special hobby, I was despised by the world. What choice did I have? I could only silently continue to live in this environment. To me, there was no chance. How I wished I could have my own friends. Nian Bing, are you willing to be my friend? Just a friend. At this time, Yen Feng suddenly appeared very helpless. At the same time, he also appeared very helpless. The helplessness and sorrow deeply affected Nian Bing's heart. Originally, he felt a little guilty because he wanted to talk to Yan Feng about this matter. However, after hearing about Yan Feng's childhood, that guilt disappeared. He knew that what he wanted to do was not only for Ling, but also to help Yan Feng. Yan Feng, I can be your friend, or even your brother. However, you must promise me one thing. The sorrow in Yan Feng's eyes disappeared. He said in surprise, "Are you really willing to be my friend? Tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will agree." Nian Bing said seriously, "Get rid of your bad habits. Forget all the shadows of your childhood. Face yourself and be a normal man." Yan Feng was stunned. "But this is not easy to change." Nian Bing said, "It's not that it's not easy. It depends on whether you have confidence in yourself. As long as you want to do it, you can do it. Actually, this is not difficult. As long as you truly love a girl, all problems will be solved." Yan Feng smiled bitterly. "That's even more impossible. This hobby of mine, under the deliberate exaggeration of those people, has long been known to everyone. Now, when the women in Ice Moon City see me, they have to avoid me." Nian Bing smiled. "Yan Feng, if you think of me as a brother, you can try. How is your relationship with Shuiyu?" Yan Feng was stunned. "Shuiyu? We're good brothers. Back then, I saved her." "Wow, you're asking me to chase after her? How is that possible? Although I don't fear Shuiyu as much as other women. Don't forget that her father is blood-devouring, soul-destroying Snow Soul. How could her father allow me to be with someone like me?" Nian Bing smiled. "You don't have to tell me this. The problem can be solved. You just have to tell me. If you have to choose a girl to chase and try to change your hobby, what do you think of Shuiyu?" Yan Feng hesitated. If I really want to chase after a girl, then I think Shuiyu is better. However, Yu is a good girl. I'm afraid I will hurt her. Also, she has always treated me as a good brother. How can I ask her?" Nian Bing snapped. "You're the only one who thinks that way, you idiot. Actually, when you saved Shuiyu back then, your figure was already deeply engraved in her heart. As long as you are willing to try, I can be the matchmaker. As for Marshal Shui, you don't have to worry. You have me. However, you have to promise me. If you can really be with you, or in the future, you must treat her well." Yan Feng stared at Nian Bing with his eyes wide open. "You can't be serious. You didn't ask me to come here today just because of you, right? She actually... No, it's possible. I'm with her. She has always treated me as a brother." Nian Bing snorted and said, "You're a fool. You likes you too much and knows that you have that hobby. She is afraid of giving you pressure, so she only treats you as a brother on the surface. Wake up. When a woman is willing to learn cooking for a man, what does that mean? A woman will only do this for the man she loves the most. You has always been waiting for you, silently, waiting for the day you change. Don't let her down." Yan Feng was completely stunned. He never thought that his only friend before meeting Nian Bing would fall in love with someone like him. Liking someone, it doesn't need a reason. In the face of love, all shortcomings will naturally be covered up. Yan Feng, if you are a man, then you should think carefully. This is your chance. If you can truly love you, then you can completely free yourself from the Empress's trap and become a man of indomitable spirit. Don't you want to avenge your mother? Don't you want to do something for the humiliation you have suffered? Don't you want to continue doing nothing every day until death? A person, from the moment he is born, if he has no goal in life, then what is the difference between him and a dead person? Wake up. The matter between you and you is the first step you have to take to become a real man." Yan Feng looked at Nian Bing and listened to his sharp words. His heart gradually wavered. Nian Bing had opened a door to a bright future for him. He seemed to have seen the light of dawn. In the middle of the night, he did not know how many times he had thought about what had happened to him. He thought about his mother's frightened and unwilling eyes when she died. He wanted to take revenge. He thought about it all the time. However, he knew very well that with his position in the Ice Moon Empire, it was almost impossible for him to go against the Empress and the others. However, Nian Bing seemed to have pointed out a path for him today, a path of sunshine. Shui Yu's voice and smile constantly flashed in his mind. Thinking about everything that had happened between him and Shui Yu, Yan Feng gradually believed Nian Bing's words. That's right. How could a girl be with him so often for no reason? However, all of this happened so quickly, he found it hard to accept at this moment. Nian Bing, can you let me think about it? My heart is so messed up. Nian Bing picked up some delicious dishes and put them into his mouth. Although these dishes were very exquisite and tasted very good, there was nothing novel about them. Nian Bing knew that if he wanted to eat the dishes made by the real chefs of Hongbin Restaurant, he would not be able to do so with his status. He ate in silence. He did not force Yan Feng because he knew that Yan Feng needed to think through everything on his own. Only when he truly understood and understood everything could everything continue. After hearing about Yan Feng's experience, Nian Bing decided not to force him. He would only help him walk down the path that he had already planned. This path was definitely not a bad thing for Yan Feng. Yan Feng sat there in deep thought. He kept thinking about everything that Nian Bing had said. After a long while, when the dishes in front of him had been reduced by a third, he finally raised his head. Nian Bing, thank you. I know that you are doing this for my own good. Only now can I truly feel that you have begun to treat me as a friend. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll try. Moreover, you can rest assured that unless I can marry you, or in the future, I will not do anything to her. Since I have made my choice, I will try my best. I want to be a real man and completely walk out of the shadow of the past. Nian Bing smiled. I was right about you. I knew that you would make this choice. Believe in yourself. This is the best choice. Yan Feng, we are now friends. Yan Feng smiled. He raised the teacup on the table and said, Then let's drink with tea instead of wine. The porcelain cups in their hands clinked, making a crisp sound. After drinking the tea in the cup, Yan Feng continued, Nian Bing, from what you said, you seem to have a very special relationship with Marshal Shui. However, regarding you or his matter, I don't want you to interfere. I don't want Marshal Shui to agree to my relationship with you, or because of you. If that's the case, I can still truly stand up. Nian Bing showed a trace of approval in her eyes. She nodded and said, All right, then I'll leave everything to you. I believe that you can do your best and get Marshal Shui's approval with your own ability. Yan Feng nodded and said, I've been dispirited for so many years. It's time to pull myself together. I don't care about other things, but I must be a real man. Nian Bing smiled and said, Although you haven't done it yet, in my heart, you are already a real man. Since that's the case, I can tell you why I'm here. Today, I'm here to ask you to do me a favor. This is a request as a friend and also as a brother. Yan Feng smiled and said, Just say it. Didn't I just say that as long as I can do it, I will do it? I will try my best. Nian Bing looked at him with deep meaning and said, What if this matter may threaten your life? Will you still help me? Yan Feng frowned and said, Nian Bing, are you testing me? You think too little of me. When I understood everything that happened in my childhood, I didn't care about my life anymore. Maybe death is better for me. The reason why I'm still alive is because I want to see what will happen to those despicable people. That's why I don't want to die. Nian Bing smiled and said, Good, you are indeed my brother. Yan Feng, do you want to see what will happen to those people? Then, why don't you go and decide their fate? Take control of everything in your own hands and take revenge with your own strength. That's the most perfect way. Yan Feng smiled bitterly and said, I've thought about it. Of course, I've thought about it. But how is that possible? You know what kind of people my enemies are. Compared to them, I'm too insignificant. Nian Bing, I know you want to help me, but... Nian Bing's face darkened and said, It seems that what you lack the most is self-confidence. Although you are alone, you still have the identity of the seventh prince. What about me? I'm also alone. What do I have? Do I have a noble identity like yours? No, I don't. But my enemies are equally powerful. They are definitely not weaker than your enemies. Now, I'm not afraid to tell you that my enemy is the ice goddess priestess who is known as the protector of the Ice Moon Empire. What? Yan Feng cried out in surprise. What did you say? Your enemy is the ice goddess priestess? Nian Bing smiled and said, That's right, it's her. My mother was once the disciple of the ice goddess priestess. Combined with my story, I think you already know where I came from. I'm also alone. But I'm different from you. Even though I know how powerful my enemy is, I'm not discouraged. I've been working hard since I was 10 years old. I've been waiting and enduring. I believe that one day I'll be strong enough to destroy my enemy. My enemy is the only god descending master on the continent. But I'm still working hard. What about you? What have you been doing all these years? If your mother saw your cowardly endurance and cowardly decadence, what would she think? Do you still deserve to be her son? Yan Feng lowered his head. A thin layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Although Nian Bing's voice was very calm, every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into the depths of his heart. He hated himself for being so cowardly. He knew that Nian Bing was right. Everything had to be fought for. If he didn't work hard, how could he know that he would succeed? Nian Bing said, Now, I should tell you why I've come to find you. You know that I'm from the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. This time, I represented the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild to become the champion of the 5 Nations New Magician Competition. Because of this victory, my teacher Long Ji appointed me as the vice president of the guild. I have a close female friend. You know her as well. She's teacher Long's only daughter, Long Ling, who's known as the Gentle Girl. Ling is a very gentle girl, just like how you treats you. She has been silently giving her all for me. This time, I returned to the Ice Moon Empire not for the Magician Guild, nor for revenge, but for Ling Earth. Although my current strength has reached a certain level, I'm still very far away from revenge. I just want to give Ling a happy life. However, at this time, your 5th brother appeared. He's the 5th prince, most likely to inherit the throne. You're also a prince, so you should know what he went to do. Yan Feng's heart moved. He said, I heard that 5th brother went to Ice Snow City this time. On the surface, it was to investigate the disappearance of wise girl Luo Ro's family. However, he secretly contacted the city lord of Ice Snow City and the Magician Guild, hoping to get their support. My father's health is very poor now. This is the most crucial time for the fight for the throne. Nian Bing sneered and said, It seems that your information isn't up to date. Your 5th brother didn't just go to win them over. At the same time, he also wanted them to express their stance. He went to find my teacher Long and made a request. What request? Yan Feng asked curiously. Nian Bing coldly said, He wants to marry Long Ling. As a member of the royal family, you should know that this is a political marriage. My teacher knows the 5th prince's current position very well. At the same time, he has always wanted to find an opportunity to bring glory to the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Therefore, he agreed to the 5th prince's request and decided to marry Ling to him. Hearing this, Yan Feng couldn't help but cry out, Then what about you? Miss Long Ling should like you. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, So what? In Teacher Long's heart, how could the love between a man and a woman compare to his great wish? I won't hide it from you. If I only wanted to be with Ling, I could very well elope with her. However, Ling is a very filial girl. She has been with her father since she was young. Even if she was willing to leave Ice Snow City with me and elope, I know that she will definitely be happy in the future. If Ling disappears, the 5th prince will definitely vent his anger on the Magician Guild. No matter if it's because Longji used to be my teacher or because he is Ling Er's father, I can't let this happen. Therefore, I can't take Ling Er with me. I have to do something to make this marriage disappear naturally. Before leaving Ice Snow City, I talked to teacher Longji once. I asked him to give me 3 months. In these 3 months, I must change the current situation. Therefore, I came to Ice Moon City and found you. Chapter 146. Yen Feng frowned and said, Then what do you want me to help you with? I don't have any relationship with those so-called brothers. In their eyes, I'm not even a person. Even if I help you explain to fifth brother, he won't care about me. In his heart, there's nothing more important than the throne. Nian Bing, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Nian Bing shook his head and said, No, you're wrong. Only you can help me with this. Only you. Yen Feng was stunned and said, Me? Then, how do you want me to help you? Maybe if Marshal Snow goes to my fifth brother, there's a chance. But if fifth brother goes, he'll definitely put forward some conditions. Xing Xiang won't be good for you, or Marshal Snow. Nian Bing smiled and said, Of course I understand. If Marshal Snow goes to me, your fifth brother will probably give up on Longling. But it's more likely that he'll go back to Shenxian and ask Marshal Snow to betroth Duer to him. In his heart, although the Magician's Union is important, it's definitely not as important as a marshal. Am I right? Yen Feng looked at Nian Bing. He suddenly found that Nian Bing, who had just become his brother, was a little scary. He was so calm that it was as if these things didn't happen to him. His calm and wise eyes made Yen Feng's heart tremble. Then what do you want to do? Now, Yen Feng was led by the nose by Nian Bing. Nian Bing smiled and said, What I want to do is very simple. As long as the fifth prince doesn't get the throne, his agreement with the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Union will be cancelled, and he won't be able to become Ling Er's husband. Yen Feng's face changed slightly. He said, Are you going to help eldest brother and second brother? Nian Bing, there's something I have to tell you. Compared to fifth brother, they're even worse. Big brother and second brother are even more despicable. Moreover, their mother is my biggest enemy. I really don't want. Nian Bing waved her hand and said, No, if I want to help your big brother and second brother, then. At most, the fifth prince would not be able to sit on the throne. However, my master is very greedy. He hopes that Baiji's Magician Union can have a great development. He didn't just have such a small request. His ultimate goal was to reach the current status of the Ice God Tower in the Ice Moon Empire. Do you think either the first prince or the second prince can help achieve this goal? To put simply, even if I help these two princes, will they listen to my advice in the future? No, Yen Feng said with certainty. Both my big brother and second brother are stubborn and self-opinionated people, not to mention you. Even the Empress can't control them now. A cold light flashed in Nian Bing's eyes. So I can't help them. However, in order to change the current situation, I need to help one person become the emperor of the Ice Moon Empire. And that person is you. You are my brother. If you sit on the throne, I believe that you will help me. Help me get through this crisis and help me become partners with me. Yen Feng didn't react for a moment. Suddenly, he stood up from his seat and put his hands on the table. Nian Bing, you're saying that you want to help me sit on the throne? Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Brother Yen, lower your voice. Although I've already set up a soundproof barrier here, if your voice is too loud, it can still be heard. That's right. I want to help you become the next emperor of the Ice Moon Empire. You are also a prince and have the possibility of inheriting the throne. Why are you just a spectator? Why can't you fight for the throne? That's not fair to you. So, I want to help you sit on the throne. Only with your relationship with me will you help me sincerely after sitting on the throne. I'm right, aren't I? Originally, before I met you, I was a little nervous because I always thought that you didn't have any desire for power. If that's the case, I can't force you. However, after hearing about your past, I understand that it's not that you don't have any desire for power. Instead, you have a great desire for it. But in order to survive, you forcefully suppress your desire. I'm right? Now, the opportunity is right in front of you, for your mother and for yourself. Are you willing to take this risk with me and give it a try? Yen Feng stared blankly at Nian Bing. Are you serious? Did I hear you correctly? Nian Bing smiled bitterly. Do you think I would joke about this? Wouldn't that make me crazy? Yen Feng also smiled bitterly. But there are only two of us. Could it be that you think we have the right to fight for the position just because we talk about it? You have to understand that my father's final decision is the most important. Only when he decides who the true successor is can that person sit on the throne. Not to mention that I'm just a useless person in his eyes, even if he really passes the throne to me, with big brother, second brother, and fifth brother beside me. I have no power or influence. Who will help me? Even if I sit on the throne, I'm afraid I won't last more than a day. Nian Bing smiled. That's not necessarily true. We still have time now. As long as you're willing, we can try. Who knows? Maybe a miracle will happen. You and I only have one life. So what if we fail? At least we've tried. Besides, we might not fail. Yen Feng muttered. Then what do you want to do? Actually, I don't care. After listening to your words today, I have already realized that instead of living like this, it is better to work hard and do something. Even if I go down in infamy for 10,000 years, it is still better than doing nothing. Let me hear what you think. Nian Bing looked at Yen Feng. She knew that the seventh prince in front of her was not as dispirited as he appeared to be. He had been acting like this on purpose. It wasn't that he didn't have intelligence. It was just that he didn't dare to show it. He recovered from his shock so quickly. It could be seen that he was someone who could do great things. At this time, Nian Bing was sure that she had passed Yen Feng's test. Everything could proceed smoothly. Yen Feng. First, I have to ask you something. If you let those brothers and even your father die, will you be sad? Will you be sad because of this? Will you be unable to bear it? Yen Feng looked at Nian Bing calmly. Do you think I will? If I die, how do you think they'll feel? It'll be like an ant dying. They've never treated me as a brother. Similarly, I've never treated them as family. Even if everyone in the Ice Moon Empire died, I won't feel sad for them at all. Nian Bing, if I'm not wrong, you should have a careful plan before you came to find me. You don't have to hide anything. We're brothers. Since I've already decided to work with you, we're on the same boat. Tell me, what do you want me to do? All right, since that's the case, I have nothing to hide. Brother Yen, the first thing we have to do is to change your image in the hearts of the people in Ice Moon City. At the same time, we have to change your image in your father's heart. This is the most important thing. Yen Feng nodded and said, indeed. No one would want a homosexual to inherit the throne. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, so, from now on, you have to pursue you openly and brazenly. You have to make it known to everyone. I think that most people in Ice Moon City only know that you're gay from hearsay. Only a few people know the truth. So, as long as you chase after Shuiyu openly, you can at least change your image. Not only do you have to chase after her, but you also have to appear with her in public. You can rest assured. Right now, your brothers are all fighting for a place in your father's heart. No one will do anything to you. Moreover, no one will pay attention to you. Actually, this is our biggest advantage. Only by hiding in the dark and not being valued by anyone can we develop better. Yen Feng smiled. Nian Bing, I didn't expect you to not only be talented in cooking and magic, but also in politics. If I can really become the emperor in the future, I will definitely make you my prime minister. How about it? Nian Bing smiled. Forget it. You don't know. These days, I've been thinking of ways to make Ling are happy with me. I don't know how many ways I've thought of. Can't you see that even my hair has turned white? I've done my best this time. As for the future, I still hope to live a free life. When you become the emperor, just don't forget about me, your brother." Yen Feng sighed. "You're the one who doesn't seek fame. I can see that to you. Nothing is more important than freedom. Okay, I'll listen to your arrangements. Everything will start from tomorrow. Nian Bing, what should we do next? If I want to fight for the throne, I have to get the support of more ministers. But father's body is getting worse day by day. Time is too short, I'm afraid." Nian Bing said, "You don't have to worry about this. I will work hard for you. There are some things that I can't tell you now. I can only let you know about my many friends. These friends will be of some help to you. In the future, you will gradually understand. From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to worry about anything else. I will naturally contact you. What you need to do is to chase after you, or wholeheartedly and be a real man." Yen Feng was a little confused as he looked at Nian Bing and said, "You seem to be very confident." Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "Originally, I didn't even have half a chance. But recently I met a few friends. With their help, I have a 30% chance. Oh, right. I have something to tell you. Today, Ice Moon City will probably enter a period of chaos. Remember my words. Don't worry about anything else. Just chase after you, wholeheartedly. Under such chaos, no one will pay attention to you." "Chaos? Nian Bing, what are you going to do?" Yen Feng's eyes flashed. Nian Bing smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll understand very soon. It won't take too long. Okay, I'm full. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have some development. Ha!" On the streets of Ice Moon City, a middle-aged man in a green robe who looked to be in his 30s was walking slowly on the streets. Behind him, there were more than 10 followers. These followers didn't look eye-catching on the surface. However, if one paid close attention, they could easily discover that they were extraordinary. Just by the way they constantly scanned the surroundings, one could tell that these people had a deep understanding of the art of joint attack. Especially when it came to protecting their master, they relied on their special talent. Their gazes covered almost all the blind spots in the surroundings. Moreover, the position they were standing at also firmly protected the man in green in front of them. If there were any changes, they would use their own bodies to block them. Obviously, they had undergone special training. The man in green walked to a tea house and stopped. The waiter obviously recognized him and politely led him to a private room upstairs. 2 of his subordinates followed him into the private room, while the others stood guard outside, coldly watching the surroundings for any movements. As soon as the man in green sat down, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes ran up in fear and trepidation. He didn't enter the room, but stood outside respectfully. "Your Highness, I'm Fu." Qin Yong Ren's cold voice sounded. "Yes, let old Fu in." The waiter nodded to the boss and let him in. As soon as Boss Fu entered the room, he immediately knelt down and saluted the man in green. The man in green stood there casually and naturally accepted his salute. He said, "Boss Fu, your business has been good recently." Boss Fu stood up and stood aside with his hands down. He said respectfully, "Thanks to your Highness, my business has been good recently. I've already asked people to make the best Thai guanyin tea. It will be served to you immediately. It's the best of the new teas this year." Qin Yong Ren's eyes showed a trace of a satisfied smile. "Yes, you've always been a good person. I don't think you'd dare to fool me. I haven't been here for a few days. Don't you have any new customers?" Old Fu said flatteringly, "Yes, I have. I've been saving them for your Highness. Recently, a pair of beautiful sisters came. They're both virgins, and a few customers wanted to pay a high price for them. But when I thought of your Highness, I rejected them. These 2 girls are still very inexperienced. They're perfect for your Highness." Qin Yong Ren's eyes lit up. Good. I like inexperienced girls. That way, they'll be more interesting. Old Fu, don't worry. I won't mistreat you. It's rare for you to be so considerate. This azure-clothed person was the current second prince of the Ice Moon Empire, Yenin. This person was vicious and merciless. He was especially talented in fighting for power. However, he had a weakness, and that was that he was lustful, especially towards virgins. This place, which was ostensibly a tea house, was actually a place he often visited. Boss Fu was an old acquaintance. He was always satisfied with Boss Fu, so he often came here for a walk. Boss Fu smiled mysteriously and said, "Your Highness, there's one more thing I want to remind you. The two girls today are different from the previous ones. They're not just sisters and virgins." The man in green frowned. "Old Fu, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep me in suspense. What's so special about them?" Boss Fu laughed and moved closer to the man in green. He whispered, "The two girls today are not only sisters and virgins, but they're also a pair of lesbians." The second prince's eyes lit up. "Good, good. Old Fu, you're really something. You can even get such good quality girls. This prince likes to do lesbians the most. Seeing them in pain under my crotch makes me feel indescribable excitement. Good, good, good. Come on." Boss Fu gave him 100 purple coins. "Old Fu, if you have such good quality girls in the future, you must leave them for me. I won't mistreat you. Quick, let the two girls come up and let me have a look. Let them drink tea with me first." Although he's lecherous, he's not a heavy drinker. He rarely drinks. Recently, the fight for the throne is at its most intense. It's not easy for him to find the time to come here today. I've already informed Boss Fu in advance. Boss Fu hurriedly agreed and left. After a while, light footsteps could be heard. The door opened and two people walked in. The weather in Ice Moon City was already very cold, but the temperature in this tea house was very comfortable. The two women were wearing the same short white skirt. The skirt reached 6 inches above their knees. Their beautiful, round, slender, and very white legs were exposed. They wore a small white vest, revealing their small abdomens and slender waists. Their long black hair cascaded down their backs like a waterfall and reached their buttocks. The two identical beautiful faces revealed a trace of shyness. The second prince's eyes lit up. "Good, good. They're really the best. You two can leave." He waved to the two attendants. These guards who came out with him were his confidants. They naturally understood what their master wanted to do, so they agreed and left. The second prince waved to the two shy beauties. "Come here, let me have a look." The two beauties looked at each other. Their bodies were slightly trembling, as if they were afraid of something. They carefully walked to the side of the second prince and put down the tea set in their hands. Looking at the two beauties' shy appearance, the second prince couldn't help but be lustful. He pulled the girl on the left in front of him. The girl let out a cry of surprise. However, she didn't dare to have the slightest resistance. She was forced to sit on the second prince's lap. The second prince was also experienced in flowers. He didn't rush to make a move. His right hand wrapped around the girl's slender and smooth waist. He leaned into her hair and took a deep breath. Smelling the moving virgin fragrance, he praised, so fragrant. "Treasure, as long as you serve me well, maybe I'll take you to my mansion." The two girls looked at each other. The other girl had already poured tea for the second prince with trembling hands. They didn't say anything, but from the trembling of their delicate bodies, one could see the fear in their hearts, especially the girl sitting on the second prince's lap. She seemed to be very uncomfortable. Her pretty face became a little pale, and her delicate body was restlessly twisting. Her twisting and turning stimulated the second prince's senses even more. He pulled open the front of his clothes, revealing the black chest hair on his chest. He thought to himself, "Old Fu didn't lie to me. They really are a pair of homosexual sisters." The feeling of sadism stimulated the second prince to become extremely excited. His breathing had become a little heavy. At this time, The girl sitting on his lap looked at his chest full of chest hair. She saw a necklace hanging on the second prince's neck. The necklace was silver, and there was a pendant hanging in front of the second prince's chest. It was a hexagonal pendant, flashing red, green, and yellow lights. This wasn't an ordinary necklace. The gem on the pendant was called the three-eyed stone. It could store 3 types of magic elements. After being enchanted by a powerful magician, it had an extremely strong defense. Whether it was magic or do chi, if one wanted to hurt the second prince's body, they would have to go through this divine-level necklace. In the beginning, in order to obtain this treasure, the second prince had put in a lot of effort. He had been practicing do chi since he was young, and he was already an expert. With this necklace, he believed that even if it was an expert like swordsman, it wouldn't be easy for him to hurt him. He never left this necklace. With his status, his life was naturally the most important. He raised his hand and took a sip of the tea handed to him by the other girl. The fragrance of the Thai guanine made the second prince's whole body feel comfortable. The hot tea stimulated his body, and a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. The hand that was holding the girl's waist couldn't help but exert some strength, while the other hand reached under the girl's skirt at the same time. At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. The second prince frowned and stopped what he was doing. Sure enough, there was a light knock on the door. "Your Highness, I have something important to report." The second prince let go of the young girl in his arms. The young girl seemed to let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly stood up and stood behind the second prince with the other young girl. The second prince, Yen Yin, did not see that the 2 young girls had a trace of coldness in their eyes at the same time. He said somewhat impatiently, "What is it? Speak." Being disturbed by his subordinates, his mood was naturally not good. The voice outside the door said, "Your Highness, the 5th prince has returned from Ice Snow City. He just entered the city." The second prince's eyelids twitched. "Oh, the 5th prince has returned. Good. This kid seems to have gained a lot in Ice Snow City. However, doesn't he understand that all of this is futile? Your Highness, then should we take action? If the 5th prince returns, we won't have a chance." The second prince, Yen Yin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. However, he still shook his head and said, "Forget it, just ignore him. His subordinates are all experts, especially those 2 guests of the swordsman level. They are not easy to deal with. Now is a critical moment. I don't want to let anyone have a handle on me. We can't casually make a move in Ice Snow City. Otherwise, if Father finds out, it won't be good. Father hates brothers killing each other the most." "Yes, Your Highness. I'll send someone to continue monitoring the situation over there. If there's anything, I'll inform you immediately. If there is anything, I will immediately report back to you." An old voice sounded. "All of you go back." 2 balls of silver, Saint Do, Chi, came crashing down. They collided with the experts, who rushed out of the window. Instantly, the sky was filled with energy. Swordsman-level experts were guests of the princes. Since they were in Ice Snow City, the second prince brought along martial fighters. After all, martial fighters couldn't be compared to swordsmen. In the violent explosion, the experts who rushed out were bounced back. However, the 2 white figures had already disappeared. The second prince leaned against the chair. His eyes were filled with fear. His face had already turned purple. Black blood continuously flowed out of his 7 orifices. In just an instant, he had already stopped breathing. The guard leader exclaimed, "Poison! What a strong poison!" He lowered his head and looked at the second prince's neck. The 3-eyed stone necklace that was originally on his neck had disappeared. At the back of his neck, there was a small needle hole. The black blood was flowing out from that hole. The guard leader's expression changed. He reached out and sucked at the back of the second prince's neck. Immediately, a thin blue needle was sucked out by him. The needle was 1 inch long and as thin as a hair. If it wasn't for the blue light flashing on it, it would be hard to see it clearly. A guard next to him said suspiciously, "How could this be? With His Highness's ability, how could he be sneak attacked? Could it be that His Highness took the initiative to take off the necklace?" The guard leader shook his head and said, "No, the necklace was taken off later. This necklace is connected to the owner's aura. There are 2 situations where it can be taken off. The first is that the necklace can be taken off by the owner himself. The second is that the necklace can be taken off after the owner dies. If I'm not wrong, the second prince's necklace was taken off after his life ended." The guard who spoke earlier frowned. "Why do you say that? Are you sure?" "The second prince suddenly died. How can we explain it to the eldest prince? Moreover, with the protection of the necklace, how could His Highness be attacked? This doesn't seem to make sense." The guard leader opened his palm and presented the silver needle in front of his subordinates. He said in a deep voice, "Do you recognize this? This thing is extremely overbearing. It was this needle that broke through the defense of His Highness's necklace and killed him. This needle is called Death's Kiss. Don't underestimate this needle. It's almost priceless. There are only 5 sets of Death's Kiss launchers in the whole continent. This needle is made of 10,000 years old silver from the bottom of the sea. It can penetrate all kinds of magic barriers and protective dough energy. It is said that even the holy dough energy can't defend against its piercing power. The manufacturing method of Death's Kiss has been lost. The 5 sets of Death's Kiss can be fired 10 times each. They have been famous in the continent for hundreds of years. As far as I know, there is only 1 set in circulation in the world, and it can only be fired 3 times. The others had either disappeared or had emptied their heavy silver needles. I didn't expect these killers to be able to get their hands on Death's Kiss. Quick, go and catch Boss Fu." After a while, Boss Fu was brought up. When he saw the dead body of the second prince, he couldn't help but tremble in fear. "No, it's not me, it's not me," he muttered to himself. "It's not me, it's not me. It's really not me. Gentlemen, you must investigate clearly. How could I dare to harm the second prince?" The guard leader said coldly, "I don't care if you did it or not. His Highness suddenly died in your place. You can't escape responsibility, no matter what. Tell me, where did you get those 2 women?" Boss Fu said in a trembling voice, "About 5 days ago they came to me and seemed to want to sell themselves to bury their father. I pitied them, so I bought them. The price was not high." "Bastard." The guard leader slapped Boss Fu and sent him flying. "You knew His Highness's identity. How could you bring these women of unknown origin to serve him?" Boss Fu said in a trembling voice, I checked their background. They were indeed children of commoners. They lost their mother when they were young, and their father died recently. I checked very carefully, but who knew?" A cold light flashed in the guard leader's eyes. He ordered his subordinates, "Let's go. Take His Highness and this guy. We'll go back to the mansion first and report to the eldest prince." All the guards' faces were very ugly. The second prince suddenly died, and they couldn't escape responsibility. They all looked at the second prince's body with a pale face. What? The second prince died in the tea-house? Wah! The already seriously ill Yen Tianan of the Ice Moon Empire was furious. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, don't be too sad." The Empress was crying while anxiously patting Yen Tianan's chest. The imperial doctor quickly took out a pill and fed it to Yen Tianan. Yen Tianan gasped for breath. "Bastard, who did this? Who dares to assassinate a prince in the capital of the Ice Moon Empire? Send my order. Seal off the entire Ice Moon City. The murderer must be found. Ener, how could you die like this?" He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. His face became even uglier. The Empress cried bitterly. Een is dead. Your Majesty, You must seek justice for Yin reporting, the eldest prince requests an audience with your majesty. Yen Tiannan's voice trembled. Let him in. Yes, your majesty. A tall figure walked in from outside. He also looked to be in his 30s. The eldest prince, Yen Ji, looked similar to the second prince, Yen Yin, but he was taller and more powerful. He didn't feel sad because of the second prince's death, but he was full of anger. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Your son greets imperial father. Yen Tiannan leaned on the bed and said, Ji, get up. What happened to your brother? Yen Ji walked to the bed and stood on the side with his hands by his side. He said, Imperial father, my brother went out to drink tea today, but was assassinated by a waiter in the tea house. I saw his body and the murder weapon. He died from the kiss of death. Imperial father, you must seek justice for my brother. He died too unjustly. Chapter 147. A cold light flashed in Yen Tiannan's eyes. He was a little more clear-headed now, but he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if there was a huge rock in his chest. The Empress choked and said, Your Majesty, the person who killed Yin must have a deep grudge against him, or Yin's death would benefit him greatly. We must start our investigation from this aspect. Her second son was already dead. As a shrewd woman, she suppressed the sadness in her heart and secretly fought for her eldest son. Yen Ji naturally understood his mother's meaning and added fuel to the fire. Father, as far as I know, fifth brother just came back this morning. Yen Tiannan's eyes flashed with anger. You mean Yin did it? No, that's impossible. Yin is a kind-hearted person. How could he hurt his own brother? Seeing Yen Tiannan's anger, Yen Ji hurriedly said, No, father, that's not what I meant. I just want to ask you to send more people to protect fifth brother, in case he is hurt by the assassin. Hearing Yen Ji's words, Yen Tiannan's expression softened a lot. He nodded and said, That's right. Ji, you may leave. Tell Yin to come see me. Yen Ji knew that although Yen Tiannan didn't say it on the surface, he was already suspicious of his fifth brother. At this time he was very excited. Although he had been working with Yen Yin, he and Yen Yin were very clear that once the fifth prince was defeated by them, they would inevitably have to fight again. Now that Yen Yin was suddenly dead, he naturally had one less competitor. As long as he used some tricks, it wouldn't be difficult to win over the people who supported his second brother in the past. Although he wasn't sure if Yen Yin was responsible for Yen Yin's sudden death. How could he give up such a good opportunity to attack Yen Yin? Yen Ji's mind was definitely not as rough as his appearance. In fact, he was even more sinister than Yen Yin. At this time, a voice came from outside. Fifth Prince Yen Yin requests to see your majesty. Yen Tiannan's eyes flashed. Tell Yin to come in. The Empress's eyes revealed a trace of dissatisfaction. From the way he addressed his fifth son, it was clear that Yen Tiannan still doted on him the most. Yen Yun strode into the bedroom. At this moment he was extremely nervous. He had just returned to his own residence. Before he could sit down properly, the news of Yen Yin being assassinated came. He was instantly shocked. He naturally understood what this meant. In Ice Moon City, there was no one who could oppose Yen Yin. Soon, the throne would belong to him. In order to fight for the throne, who knew how many secret conflicts had occurred? Now that Yen Yin had suddenly died, if he hadn't asked his subordinates in detail and confirmed that it wasn't done by them, even he would have doubted himself. After all, he didn't know how many times he had thought about killing his two brothers, who were vying for the throne with him. It was just that he had always restrained himself from making a move. After a brief moment of pleasure, panic ensued. He didn't hesitate at all. He immediately rushed to the imperial palace. Father, are you feeling better? Yen Yin quickly walked to Yen Tiannan's bedside. He looked at his father with concern. Seeing Yen Tiannan's gaze softened. Yin, you're back. Have you found any clues leading to Luo Ro's escape? Yan Yun sighed softly and said, Luo Ro is indeed worthy of being called a wise woman. She actually didn't leave behind any clues. I've tried to mobilize all my forces, but there's still no news. Father, I rushed to see you as soon as I came back. Just now, I heard that something happened to second brother. What happened? Second brother. Speaking of this, his eyes unconsciously turned red. The Empress snorted coldly. You don't have to put on an act here. Yan Yun was stunned. Mother, why would you say that? I just came back. Are you suspecting me? How could it be? Second brother and I are blood brothers. The Empress's eyes were filled with intense hatred. Really? Do you really think he's your brother? Enough. Yan Tiannan unhappily stopped the Empress from continuing. Help your mother to rest. She's too sad. Let Yin stay here with me for a while. A trace of jealousy appeared in Yan Ji's eyes. He knew that no matter what he did, in front of Yan Tiannan, his position would always be inferior to his younger brother. He was very smart and did not say much. He only sighed and helped the Empress down. Yan Tiannan waved his hand and dismissed the people around him. Only then did he allow Yan Yun to sit on the edge of his bed. Yin, tell me the truth. Did you send someone to do this? Compared to his previous gentleness, Yan Tiannan's voice was now filled with coldness. Yan Yun's face was filled with terror. He fell to his knees with a thud. Father, are you suspecting me too? If you're really suspicious of me, I'm willing to die to prove my innocence. Yan Tianfu stared deeply at his son. Even though Yan Yun didn't show any flaws on the surface, he didn't completely trust his favorite fifth son. In the past, he had also walked through the same path. How could he not understand the bloodshed in the dark for the sake of the throne? Actually, he did not completely believe that this was Yan Yun's doing. After all, with Yan Yun's intelligence, how could he do such a stupid thing? However, in Ice Moon City, although there were many people who had a reason to kill Yan Yin, there were not many who had the ability to do so, especially when the assassin had used the kiss of the death god. Yan Tiannan was very familiar with the kiss of the death god. Back then, he had used this peerless weapon to secretly kill 2 officials who had opposed his succession to the throne. That was how he had achieved his current position. 2 years ago, he had just passed the kiss of the death god to his favorite fifth son. At that time, the kiss of the death god still had 3 chances to fire. Only the father and son knew the secret. Therefore, when the first prince Yan Ji said that Yan Yin had died under the kiss of the death god, he began to suspect Yan Yun. I believe you. I have always believed in you. If the Empress had not pressured me too much, I would have made you the crown prince long ago. You have not disappointed me these days. The voices of support for you have grown louder and louder. However, with such a sudden incident, what do you want me to do? Yan Yin is dead. This is definitely not the work of the Empress. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. She does not have the courage to do so. Yan Yin is dead, not to mention others. Even I cannot help but suspect you. Tell me, how can I exonerate you now? Let me warn you first. The Empress will not let this matter rest. Behind her were the Grand Preceptor and Marshal Hu Ben, who were extremely powerful. Yan Yin is suddenly dead. The Empress' target will definitely be you. Yan Yun's eyes flashed. Father, then what should I do? Should I confront the Empress directly? They have no evidence to prove that I killed second brother. I am innocent. Yan Tiannan said indifferently. Do you know how Yan Yin died? He died under the kiss of the death god. Others may not know about the kiss of the death god. However, the Empress played a huge role in my ascension to the throne. She knows almost all of my secrets. It is because she helped me that I allowed her to do as she pleased in the harem after I ascended to the throne. Where is the kiss of the death god that I gave you? Don't tell me you lost it. Yan Yun said bitterly, but in fact it is already lost. Father, Someone must have framed me this time. Could it be Big Brother? Yen Tiannan snorted and said, "You are too careless. I know Jier very well. Although he is very scheming, he is also very smart. Moreover, he and Yen Yin are born from the same mother. They are more or less brothers. Even if one of them ascends to the throne in the future, he will not make things difficult for the other. You don't have to say anything more. When you go back, protect yourself carefully. Try not to show your face outside during this period of time. Even if the Empress and the others attack you, you have to endure for now and wait for an opportunity. I have already ordered people to go to the Ice God Tower to invite the Ice Goddess Priestess. When she comes to the Ice Moon City, I will forcibly announce you as the heir to the throne. With the support of the Ice Goddess Priestess, no matter how bold the Empress and the others are, they will not dare to do anything to you. I hope you can understand Father's painstaking efforts. Your mother, Consort Ru, is my favorite woman, and you are my favorite son. I believe that with your talent and wisdom, the empire will definitely develop better. Father, Yen looked at his old father. This time he was really moved. Although Yen Tiannan looked like he had one foot in the grave, he was still so clear-headed when confirming the heir to the throne. It seemed that he really had to pay a visit to Miss Bingyan. Yen Tiannan weakly closed his eyes and said, "All right, I am tired. You can leave. One of my sons died. I don't want this to happen again. No matter what you think of your brother and your other brothers, I hope that after you ascend to the throne, you will not stain your hands with blood. I am not a good emperor. With the support of such a powerful force like the Ice God Tower, I can only hold on to my original achievements. But you are different. I have long seen that if you were to take charge of this country, the Ice Moon Empire would become the nightmare of the other 4 countries. What I'm doing for you is to recuperate and build up strength. Right now, although the Ice Moon Empire's territory hasn't changed, it has actually reached its most powerful period. As long as you can grasp it well, you will definitely be able to contend against the Hua Rong Empire as an equal. Remember, to you the most important thing is talent. Father, I understand. I will definitely not disappoint you." Yen took a few steps back and knelt on the ground. After respectfully kowtowing 3 times to Yen Tiannan, he turned around and left the palace. Although Yen Tiannan had always doted on him, this was the first time that he had expressed his full support, as expected of the ruler of a country. Father is still the one who thinks far ahead. That's right. With the support of the Ice Goddess Priestess in addition to his original prestige, how could his brother compete with him? Right now, all he had to do was to do nothing and wait for the arrival of the Ice Goddess Priestess. Yen Yun, who had originally come with apprehension, was already full of ambition when he left the palace. He had even begun to think about what he should do in the future to make the Ice Moon Empire more and more powerful. However, how could he have known that an underground hand was constantly reaching out to him? Was it really that easy to sit on the throne of the Ice Moon Empire? The situation in Ice Moon City suddenly became tense because of the death of the second prince, Yen Yin. Just as King Yen Tiannan had expected, the supporters of the first prince immediately used this matter to launch a fierce attack on the 5th prince. The spearhead was pointed at the 5th prince from all aspects. However, Yen Yun was able to keep his composure. He did not make any movements and only stayed in his residence every day. He did not go out at all and completely ignored all the rumors outside. Yen Tiannan was already seriously ill. Although the Empress had cried and complained in front of him more than once, he had always brushed her off with the excuse of recuperating. The supporters of the 5th prince had all received a secret notice from the 5th prince. The notice only had 2 words, and that was to endure silently. Wait, the 5th prince was waiting for the opportunity that Yen Tiannan had mentioned. The glory of the 1st prince, Yen Ji, could not affect his good mood. At the same time, compared to the first prince, Yenji, and the fifth prince, Yenyin, there was another person who was the most active in the Ice Moon Empire's imperial family. This person was the seventh prince, Yenfeng. Every morning, a large number of red roses would appear at the entrance of the residence of Marshal Shui. Yenfeng rode alone to the entrance of Marshal Shui Po's residence and stood there as if waiting for something. It was like this every day. 5 days passed in a row. Yenfeng's unusual actions and his identity as a prince immediately attracted the attention of many people. Every day, he would attract a large number of people to watch him when he went to the marshal's residence. On the morning of the 6th day, when Yenfeng came to the entrance of Marshal Shui Po's residence again, the door opened. Marshal Shui Po's only daughter, Shuiyu, walked out in a splendid dress. What made the crowd stunned was that the marshal's daughter actually held onto Yenfeng's arm. Thus, Yenfeng announced that he was officially pursuing Miss Shuiyu. This news immediately caused a huge commotion in the hearts of the commoners. The seventh prince, who had always been thought of as a homosexual, was actually pursuing the daughter of the three marshals, who was known for her ruthlessness. Shui did not appear to object. Looking at how close Shuiyu and Yenfeng were, it seemed that they had been together for quite some time. Instantly, in the commoners' world, the commoners who originally thought that Yenfeng was a homosexual began to have some doubts. From then on, Yenfeng still brought flowers to welcome Shuiyu every morning, as if the political turmoil in Ice Moon City had nothing to do with him. Although his matter had reached the ears of the first and fifth princes, the two powerful princes were working hard for the throne. Who would care about a younger brother who had no power? Therefore, the political turmoil did not affect Yenfeng in the slightest. Every morning, he would come to Shui Po's marshal's mansion and bring Shuiyu around Ice Moon City to play. In the city, as long as it was a slightly famous place, their footprints would appear. A month passed in the midst of the political turmoil. Ice Moon Empire's King Yen Tiannan's health was getting worse and worse. However, he was still holding on. He was waiting for someone. He was not willing to die yet. Marshal Shui Po's residence. No, how can this be? Nian Bing, we can talk about other things, but I definitely won't agree to this. Yenfeng's breathing was a little chaotic. Looking at the smiling Nian Bing and Marshal Shui Po, Shuiyu, who was sitting at the side, lowered her head. She was blushing shyly, covering her beautiful face and slender white neck. Nian Bing smiled. Why not? It's just a matter of time anyway. Yenfeng looked at Shuiyu awkwardly, but this will damage you or his reputation. Although it's fake, I don't want people to talk behind you or his back. Shui Po smiled. These days, although Yenfeng and Shuiyu's actions were for outsiders to see, he could see that his daughter was living a happy life. When Yenfeng first got together with Shuiyu, he was still a little awkward. However, his heart had been opened by Nian Bing's words. He was originally a normal man. Under Luan Bing's guidance, he was gradually developing towards a normal man. It was impossible for Shui Po not to be worried. However, Nian Bing had promised him that if Yenfeng could not give Shuiyu happiness, he would not force them to be together. He had also secretly asked his daughter about it. Shuiyu told him about Yenfeng's childhood. In front of Nian Bing's noble status and his daughter's happiness, Shui Po reluctantly compromised. As time passed, the changes in Yenfeng were very obvious. He was no longer as cold as before. Moreover, he had a lot more confidence. Yes, it was strong confidence. Yenfeng gradually revealed another side of him. Shui Po was surprised to find that in terms of talent, bearing, and performance, Yenfeng's overall qualities were not inferior to fifth prince Yenyin. Sometimes he even looked more profound than Yenyin. Later on, he understood that although Yenfeng seemed to be dispirited these years, he had been working hard in secret, constantly enriching himself. Although he knew that it was difficult to achieve anything, he did not truly give up. This time, Nian Bing found him and gave him a chance to take a risk. Yenfeng knew that this might be the only chance in his life. When his mother died, he was already tired of this world. Life was not important. Now that he had this chance, how could he not grab it? Therefore, he had been working hard and following Nianbing's plan step by step. These days, Shuiyu was the happiest one. She did not know what her father and Nianbing were planning. She only knew that her father suddenly changed and seemed to want to support Yan Feng to build a new image in Ice Moon City. Yan Feng's heart was no longer hidden like before. He opened up his heart to her. Shuiyu's heart was filled with happiness as the hope in her heart suddenly became a reality. Nianbing was no longer a chef in Shuepa Manor. Instead, he was a guest. For a month, Nianbing still left during the day and came back at night. No one knew what he was doing. Shuepa said, "All right, Seventh Highness, you don't have to think so much. As your father, I am not against it. Why should you? Only by doing this can you truly change the impression you give people in Ice Moon City. Only then can you truly prove that you are a man. You just need to remember how much you are sacrificed for you. As long as you can be happy, I don't ask for too much." Yan Feng sighed deeply and looked back at Shuiyu. Shuiyu was also looking up at him. Their eyes met and feelings flowed in the air. Everyone had feelings. Ever since he met Shuiyu, Yan Feng knew what warmth was. It was not that he didn't have a good impression of Shuiyu, but he had been suppressing himself. He didn't dare to hope for anything. Even though he was a prince, his reputation was so bad. How could he hope for the marshal's daughter? However, Nianbing's appearance gave him this opportunity. He and Shuiyu did not need to hide their feelings anymore. Turning around, Yan Feng suddenly walked in front of Shuepa and knelt on the ground. Shuepa was shocked and hurriedly reached out to support him. "Seventh Highness, what are you doing?" Nianbing pulled Shuepa and smiled. "Marshal Shui, just let him kneel." Yan Feng looked at Nianbing gratefully. His expression became unusually solemn. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index, middle, and nameless fingers at the sky. "Marshal Shui, I, Yan Feng, swear in front of you that as long as I'm alive, no matter what happens to my identity in the future, I, Yan Feng, will only have you as my woman in my life. I will never regret it. If I break my promise, I am willing to die with 10,000 poisons piercing my heart." He said each word resolutely and decisively without a trace of hesitation. This was the only vow Yan Feng made in his life. It was also the most important vow. Shuepa was a little stunned. Shuiyu had also stood up and quietly knelt beside Yan Feng. Her gentle eyes were a little more sparkling than before. Shuepa looked at the determined Yan Feng. Although Yan Feng was only an ordinary prince now, his vow was so solemn. If he could really become the king of the Ice Moon Empire, then his vow meant that he would only have one wife. He would not have a harem of 3,000 women. In the history of the Yangon continent, no emperor had ever done this. Shuepa looked at Yan Feng. "Good. Nianbing did not misjudge you. You are indeed a hidden shield worth nurturing. Yan Feng, from now on, I will not treat you as a prince. I heard from you, or that you have never experienced any familial love since you were young. A son-in-law is also half a son. From now on, you are my son. Your vow has also helped you obtain the marriage agreement with you. I give you my blessings." Yan Feng was overjoyed. He quickly knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Shuepa, Dad. In the morning, although the weather was very cold, there were still many commoners passing by the entrance of Marshal Shuepo's residence. Most of them wanted to see if the 7th prince, who had a special hobby, was really going to pursue the marshal's daughter. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. A fast horse was riding towards Marshal Shuepo's residence at lightning speed. The commoners all turned to look. It was the 7th prince, Yan Feng. However, Yan Feng today was different from before. He had changed a lot. There were no more flowers. He was actually bare-chested and only wore a pair of long pants as he rode the horse. He carried a thick and long thorn on his back. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the entrance of the marshal's residence. The surrounding commoners were shocked to see that Yan Feng's back had been scratched by the thorns. His skin was also steaming due to the cold weather. The commoners immediately started discussing what was going on. Why was the seventh prince dressed like this today? Was this the legendary carrying a thorn to ask for punishment? What did he do? Was he really gay? Was he here to ask for punishment because he could not be with Miss Shuiyu? All sorts of guesses appeared. For a moment, the surroundings were in chaos. However, the commoners still made way for Yan Feng, allowing him to ride his horse to the entrance of the marshal's residence. As he got closer, the commoners could see that Yan Feng, who had always been thought of as a gay, was extremely muscular. His granite-like muscles looked like they were filled with explosive power. In addition to his cold aura and stable posture, at this moment, no one thought of him as a gay anymore. Yan Feng jumped down from his horse and tied it to a large village. He did not care about the surrounding commoners at all. He strode to the entrance of the marshal's residence and said to the two guards at the entrance, "Please inform Marshal Shui that Yan Feng is here to ask for punishment." As he spoke, he actually knelt down on one knee. One had to know that he was a prince. Although he was a prince without any power or influence, he could only kneel on both knees in front of King Yen Tiannan. At this moment, kneeling on one knee was the highest etiquette he could perform. The two guards were clearly nervous. One of them hurriedly went into the residence to report. Yan Feng just knelt like that. The biting cold wind kept creating layers of heat from his body. The traces of the thorns on his back were very obvious. However, he had a determined expression on his face, as if no one could stop him at this moment. After a while, the door of the marshal's residence opened. Shuepa walked out with a frosty expression. Nian Bing, who was wearing a white robe and had long white hair, followed behind her. A cold light flashed in Shuepo's eyes. She stood on the steps and looked at Yan Feng, who was kneeling below. "What are you doing here?" "Your Highness, the seventh prince? We're just a small family. We can't tolerate you. Please leave." Yan Feng slowly raised his head. He pulled out the thorns on his back with his right hand. Instantly, blood spurted out. He held the thorns in his palms and slowly extended them forward. "Marshal Shuepa, although I made a mistake, I, Yan Feng, am a man. I will definitely admit my mistakes. Today, I will ask for your forgiveness in front of all the elders and neighbors in Ice Moon City. I shouldn't have had sex with Miss Shuiyu behind her back and made her pregnant. Marshal Shuepa, no matter how you punish me, I will admit it. Even if you want my life, Yan Feng will not be stingy. However, Miss Shuiyu is already mine. She is already pregnant with my flesh and blood. Please don't make things difficult for her, okay? I, Yan Feng, am the only one at fault. Please punish me." Yan Feng's words instantly caused an uproar among the commoners. The scene instantly became very chaotic. Although there were many guesses, none of the commoners would have thought that the seventh prince, who had always been called a homosexual, not only slept with Shuepo's daughter, but also had a child. What kind of homosexual was this? He even had a child. Seeing Yan Feng not afraid and daring to admit his mistakes, the commoners' impression of him instantly changed. They even sympathized with him. "You." Shuepu was so angry that her face was slightly distorted. Fine. I don't know what sins I have committed in my previous life. She reached out to grab the thorns, but her hand stopped in midair. No matter how hard she tried, she could not grab it. Yan Feng knelt there, but his upper body was straight. He did not look scared at all. He looked straight at Shuepa. "Marshal, please do it. As long as you can forgive me and let Miss Yu marry me, I am willing to give up everything." Shuepa was so angry that her entire body was slightly trembling. "You are a prince, a member of the royal family. I am a subject. How do you want me to punish you? Sin, this is really a sin." Nian Bing, who had been behind Shuepa, walked over. She sighed and said, Yuan Kuan, the mistake is already made. With the seventh prince's identity, he is worthy of our Mississippi. Do you want our miss to suffer for the rest of her life? Just forgive the seventh prince. Although the seventh prince was wrong, he was able to bravely admit his mistakes. He is a true man, so you should forgive him. I believe that Miss You I will definitely be happy with His Highness the seventh prince. Don't you think so, everyone? He deliberately raised his voice for the last sentence. Nian Bing's greeting immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. Yes, Marshal, please forgive them. Shuepa closed her eyes painfully. After a long while, she sighed. Fine, fine. What else can I do? Come in with me. As she spoke, she turned and walked towards the marshal's residence. Seeing this, the crowd cheered. Nian Bing walked up to take the thorns in Yan Feng's hand and threw them to the side. She helped him up. The two looked at each other and smiled. They had done what they wanted to do. Yan Feng bowed to the surrounding commoners. Thank you all for your help. Yan Feng thanks you all. As a prince, he actually bowed to the commoners. Instantly, the commoners felt a strong sense of closeness. The cheers became even louder. Nian Bing then led Yan Feng into the marshal's residence. The moment the door was closed, Shueyu had already rushed up with tears streaming down her face. She used her cloak to wrap around Yan Feng's body. Ah, Feng, are you hurt? Yan Feng gently hugged Shueyu. It's okay. This injury is nothing to me. Don't forget, I'm close to a martial arts master in terms of strength. Nian Bing had already planned so carefully for me. What's this small sacrifice? If I can't become the king, why should I want you? Just now, I didn't want to prove to others. I wanted to prove to you that I'm already a real man. I won't go back on my words. Shueyu hugged Yan Feng tightly. Ah, Feng, I believe in you. Even if you're not the king, in this life I'll only be yours. Nian Bing coughed. I say, the two of you, should we go in and treat Yan Feng first? Although the injury on his back isn't serious, it seems to be bleeding. Ah, only then did Shueyu wake up. She hurriedly pulled Yan Feng into the room. In the inn, Frozen Cloud looked at the sleeping Kitty, and a rare trace of warmth appeared in her eyes. Kitty's sleeping appearance was very ugly. She was hugging the quilt, and saliva was flowing out of her mouth. It seemed like she was dreaming of something delicious, but her cute appearance reminded Frozen Cloud of herself when she was young. If only I could have such a little sister. Chapter 148. A month had passed, and Bing Yin was surprised to find that she seemed to be very satisfied with her current life. Every day, she would accompany the kitty in the inn. Occasionally, she would walk on the streets and buy some delicious food to share with the kitty. That kind of relaxed feeling was something she hadn't felt in a long time. Since she was a child, she had been learning magic from the ice goddess priest. Although the ice goddess priest was very good to her, he was also very strict with her. Under the careful guidance of the ice goddess priest, she had achieved what she had today. The ice goddess priest Sangjing had told her that among the younger generation, she was already one of the best, and it would be very difficult for others to surpass her. Indeed, Bing Yan's cultivation was much better than that of ordinary magicians. She had used a lot of precious magic gems. In addition, with the guidance of the only god-descending magician on the continent, her magic progress was very terrifying. This year, she was not even 20 years old, but she had already reached the realm of magic shooter and had the powerful strength of innate domain. Therefore, Bing Yin had always been very arrogant. Because of her own strength, it was very difficult for her to look down on ordinary people. She had always had a feeling of being high above, like a goddess overlooking the world. However, the pride in her heart only lasted until the new tax Great Magician tournament. She never thought that she would lose. After coming to the Hua Rong Empire, her only goal was to be the final champion. Although the Rong family's disciples were also very outstanding, she firmly believed that with her talent and her efforts that far exceeded that of ordinary people, there was no one who could be her opponent. Even if she lost to Nianbing in the end, she didn't think that she had really lost. She always felt that she had lost to Nianbing's despicable means. Therefore, she hated Nianbing's despicable and filthy ways, and hated him for using magic to restrict her innate domain and spiritual force. Therefore, she had always wanted to find a chance to take revenge on Nianbing. However, she had never expected that the despicable man that she had looked down upon the next time she saw Nianbing had become an expert that she could never hope to match up to. Bing Yin had a deep understanding of magic. She could naturally see that Nianbing's strength had already reached the level of an archmage. Moreover, he also had an innate domain. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like he had just obtained it because he was very proficient in using it. Bing Yin was discouraged. Her heart was heavy. She really didn't understand how this young man, who looked about the same age as her, could be so powerful. What surprised her even more was that Nianbing was also a chef, a very outstanding chef. From his culinary skills, it could be seen that he had also spent a lot of time in this aspect. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve his current results. Bing Yin was a little confused. She didn't understand how Nianbing did it. She really didn't understand. Nianbing was already a mystery in her heart. Back then, when she left the Ice God Tower, the Ice Goddess Priestess had ordered her to track down the whereabouts of the Ice Goddess Stone if she had the chance. This stone was the treasure of the entire Ice God Tower. Only by retrieving the stone could she break into the realm of an archmage. However, what could she do now? She was no match for Nianbing at all. Even if she used the power of the Ice God Tower in Ice Moon City, what could she do? Nianbing's unfathomable strength really made her hesitate. She definitely didn't want the people of the Ice God Tower to die in the hands of Nianbing. Other than her own master, the Ice Goddess Priestess, she really couldn't think of anyone else in the Ice God Tower who could defeat Nianbing, who had the strength of an archmage, an innate domain, and the ability to control 7 elements of magic in a one-on-one situation. Therefore, she had been waiting for Nianbing to go up the Ice God Tower with her. Even she herself didn't know why she trusted Nianbing's words so much. Although Bing Yin didn't want to admit it, she had indeed started to like her current life. Just eating the food made by Nianbing was a wonderful feeling. She had never eaten such delicious food since she was young. Therefore, she wasn't in a hurry at all. A month had passed, and she passed it peacefully. Seeing Nianbing every day seemed to have become a habit. Just as Bing Yin was letting her imagination run wild, her body suddenly shook. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and whispered a few words of incantation. A blue light gradually condensed in front of her. With a flash, a clear crystal ball appeared in front of her. A clear image gradually appeared in the crystal ball. Bing Yin, where are you now? A kind voice sounded. It was Bing Bing who had brought her up in the Ice God Tower. Bing Bing was the servant of the Ice Goddess Priest and the most loyal person to the Ice Goddess Priest. She had followed the Ice Goddess Priest for 60 years. Although her talent wasn't outstanding, under the guidance of the Ice Goddess Priest, she had reached the level of Magister. She was one of the 4 Magisters of the Ice God Tower and the most trusted person of the Ice Goddess Priest. When Bing Yin was in the Ice God Tower, except for learning magic from the Ice Goddess Priest, she had always been with Bing Bing. Bing Bing was responsible for taking care of her daily life and cared for her like a mother. In the Ice God Tower, Bing Yin's favorite person was definitely not the Ice Goddess Priest, but Bing Bing. Because only Bing Bing could bring her some warmth in the cold world of the Ice God Tower, she only had admiration and admiration for her master. In front of her, the Ice Goddess Priest was an insurmountable mountain. Auntie Bing Bing, what can I do for you? Has Master come out of seclusion? Bing Yin smiled as she looked at Bing Bing in the crystal ball. Only in front of Bing Bing would her smile be so natural. Little Bing Yin, you're getting more and more beautiful. The Ice Goddess Priest hasn't come out of seclusion yet. The emissary sent by the King of the Ice Moon Empire has been waiting for her for many days and seems to be very anxious. I'm afraid that the king of the Ice Moon Empire won't be able to hold on much longer. However, you also know your master's temper. As long as the ice goddess priest goes into seclusion, no one can disturb her. Bing Yun nodded and said, Auntie, then why are you looking for me? Is there something in the tower that needs me to go back? Bing Bing shook her head and said no. A few days ago, you suddenly left without a word. Auntie was very worried. From the energy fluctuations, you should be in Ice Moon City now. Why? Did you find anything there? Bing Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, Auntie, it's like this. I found the person who has the Ice Goddess Stone. He promised to return to the Ice God Tower with me after he finished his business, so I'm waiting for him now. A cold light flashed in Bing Bing's eyes. Since you found out, why didn't you catch him? When did the people of the Ice God Tower learn to wait for others? Yun! This isn't like you. Bing Yun sighed softly and said, I also want to catch him, but I'm not his opponent at all. How can I catch him? Bing Bing looked at Bing Yun in surprise and said, You're not his opponent? It can't be. With your Ice Goddess domain, even if your opponent is an archmage, he might not be your opponent? Could it be that the Ice Goddess Stone was taken away by some famous magician on the continent? Bing Yun shook her head and said, No, the person I'm talking about is the one who defeated me in the new magician competition. His magic is very strange, and he also has an innate domain. His innate domain seems to have a restraining effect on my Ice Goddess domain, so I can only wait now. If we use our people in Ice Moon City, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary losses. Bing 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 looked at Bing Yun with some worry and said, Yin, why do I feel that something is wrong with you? How about this? I'll go to Ice Moon City. With our combined strength, we should be able to catch him no matter what. No need. Even Bing Yin was surprised at how she answered so quickly. An awkward expression flashed across her face. Auntie, Shi Chuan is now in seclusion. The Ice God Tower needs you to take charge of the situation. I think, although Shi Chuan is in seclusion, she definitely knows about the outside world. Since the Ice Moon Empire wants to change its successor, she will definitely come out of seclusion in advance. You can stay in the Ice God Tower. I'll be fine here. Bing Bing asked suspiciously, Yun, who is this person who has the Ice Goddess Stone? Bing Yun glanced at Bing Bing's concerned gaze in the crystal ball and sighed. Speaking of which, he has some connections with our Ice God Tower. He is Senior Sister Bing Jie's son. Back then, he didn't die after falling off the cliff. Furthermore, he has been cultivating with the help of the Ice Goddess Stone. Bing Bing's entire body shook. What did you say? He is Jie's son? Heavens! Jie's son is actually still talking. This. Her heart seemed to be in a mess. Her eyes revealed a complicated light, and she didn't speak for a long time. Bing Yun said, It is because of this reason that I have been hesitating whether to bring him back or not. Is it really okay to bring him back? Master still hasn't let go of what happened back then. If I bring him back, he will be. Then Senior Sister Bing Jie will probably also. At this point, she also fell silent. Bing Bing sighed, What a sin. Everything that happened back then greatly hurt your Shi Chuan's heart. You have been practicing magic with your master since you were young. Do you know why she is so strict with you? The main reason is because of your Senior Sister Bing Jie. In the past, your Shi Chuan's temper was very good. She even treated Bing Jie like her own daughter. However, who would have thought that Bing Jie would actually follow someone from the wrong family? Only I saw your master's sadness at that time. She actually cried. In the 60 years that I have followed her, that was the first time I saw her cry. Bing Yun slowly nodded, I understand. Even now, Senior Sister Bing Jie still has a very, very important position in Shi Chuan's heart. However, there seems to be a knot in her heart. Before this knot in her heart is untied, I am afraid that she will not let Senior Sister out. I really hope that Master can think it through earlier. There are some things that can't be forced. Bing Bing said, All right, I won't talk to you anymore. You should be careful over there. If you encounter any danger, use the crystal ball to contact me. I will use my fastest speed to rush over." With a flash of light, the light in the crystal ball dimmed. Bing Yin casually waved her hand and put it away. Her heart was in a mess. Although she had only seen Bing Jia a few times, that was when she was very young. In her memory, Bing Jia was a very gentle woman. She felt like a mother. However, in her memory, Bing Jia seemed to have never been happy. The faint sadness between her brows lasted until she was worshipped by the ice goddess. "Sister, sister, why are you like this?" A sorrowful voice sounded from behind Bing Yin. Bing Yin was startled. When she turned around, she found that Kitty had already woken up and was looking at her with grief and indignation. Bing Yin looked at Kitty in shock. "You heard everything I said just now." Kitty nodded vigorously. "Sister Bing Yin, Brother Nian Bing is so good. Why do you want to catch him? He cooks for us every day and even saved my life. Brother is a good person. Sister, please don't catch him, okay?" Bing Yan's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Facing Kitty's request, she really didn't know how to answer. The sadness on Kitty's face deepened. "Sister, I always thought that you were Brother Nian Bing's girlfriend. You only ignored him because you quarreled with him. So you are actually his enemy. Sister, I know that you are a powerful magician. But if you want to catch Brother Nian Bing, then catch me first. I am willing to be caught by you in place of Brother Nian Bing." Bing Yin looked at Kitty. She didn't think that this girl, who was a few years younger than her, would have such deep feelings for Nian Bing. She sighed softly. "Kitty, do you think it is worth it?" "It is." Kitty answered without hesitation. "Brother Nian Bing is so good to me. He is like a real brother. Sister, you don't know, Kitty doesn't have any siblings. She grew up alone with her father and mother. You know how lonely she is. That time, Kitty met Brother Nian Bing. I had no money and no food on me. It was Brother Nian Bing who helped me. Later, he even saved my life. Kitty has always treated him as her real brother. Although I also like Sister very much. If Sister wants to deal with Brother Nian Bing, Kitty won't let you succeed." As she spoke, Kitty's eyes shone with a faint silver light. Bing Yin only felt that her brain was seasick. Her mental strength actually shrank a little. She was startled and hurriedly condensed her mental strength. Only then did she get rid of the feeling of weakness. She looked at Kitty in surprise. "Is this mental magic?" Kitty looked at Bing Yin with more vigilance in her eyes. "Yes. Kitty is very powerful. I have many powerful pets. If Sister wants to harm Brother Nian Bing, then kill Kitty first. Otherwise, I will definitely stop you." Bing Yin felt a trace of helplessness in her heart. She faintly felt that her peaceful life these days was about to come to an end. "Nian Bing, oh Nian Bing, do you have such great charm? Even a cute little girl like Kitty is willing to do so much for you? What kind of person are you? Are you unscrupulous in order to achieve your goals?" Or, Kitty saw that Bing Yin didn't have any reaction and thought that she was looking down on her. She hurriedly chanted a spell and summoned her strongest summoned beast. With a flash of light, a pink little pig appeared in front of Kitty. It was the little pig Guan. The current Guan was one size bigger than before. The most obvious change was its pair of ears. The already big ears now drooped down to its fat belly. Kitty pointed at Guan. Guan's big ears actually moved. They flapped and floated in the air, looking at Bing Yun in front of it vigilantly. Looking at Guan's chubby appearance, Bing Yun couldn't help but laugh. "What a cute little pig! Kitty, is this your pet?" Kitty nodded and said, "That's right, it's my little pig Guan. Sister, don't underestimate it. After the second order evolution, Guan is very powerful." Bing Yin smiled and said, "So you're a white person and a rare summoner. Kitty is indeed very strong. Sister really doesn't have any hostility. Put your pet away." Kitty was stunned and said, "Then will Sister still deal with Nian Bing Gage?" Bing Yin frowned and said, How about this, sister promises you? As long as you're here, sister won't deal with your Nyen Bingij. That's fine, right? Kitty giggled and said, Okay. Okay. Kitty knows that big sister is the best, she said. As she said this, she waved at Guan and took him into her arms. She pinched Guan's chubby body as if she was very satisfied. The poor Guan's fat but twisted left and right as if it was full, but it didn't dare to resist its master. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me, is Miss Bingyun here? Bingyen's expression changed. She returned to her usual cold self. Who is it? Why are you looking for me? This one is Ice Moon Empire's fifth prince, Yen Yin. I would like to request an audience with Miss Bingyen. Is it convenient for you now? Yen Yin's words were very polite. He didn't dare to offend people from Ice God Tower. Although Bingyen was a bit impatient, the Ice God Tower had always had a good relationship with the Ice Moon Empire's royal family. She said indifferently, Please come in. As she said this, she had already put the thin veil on her face. Yen Yin pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered, he clearly felt a cold aura in the air. He saw Bingyen sitting on the bed. Although he knew from the news that Bingyen was a stunning beauty, when he saw Bingyen with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but be stunned. He had many women in the past. However, there had never been a woman who could give him such a strong shock. That incomparably noble temperament, that unusually cold aura. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't a woman, but an ice goddess who wanted to descend to the mortal world. Bingyen's cold snort woke Yen Yun up. He then realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly apologized. I'm really sorry. Mrs. Radiance is as white as the moon. Yen Yun didn't mean to profane you. Please forgive me, Miss Bingyen. Bingyen didn't let this fifth prince sit down. She said indifferently, Your Highness, if you have something to say, you can say it directly. Yen Yun smiled and said, Since Miss Bingyen has come to Ice Moon City, how can I not come to pay my respects? If young Miss doesn't mind, I have a courtyard in the east of the city that is rather peaceful. Other than the servants, no one else lives there. Would young Miss... He had finally managed to disguise himself and leave his residence today. In the past month, there had been countless rumors and slanders attacking him. Even until now, the rumors still hadn't died down. With the support of the first prince, every day, unfavorable news about him would be spread everywhere. However, with Yen Tiannan's promise, Yen Yun wasn't in a hurry. The reason he had time to leave the mansion today was to see Miss Bingyen, the person who might inherit the position of Ice Goddess's priestess. Bingyen said coldly, There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm living very well here. If Fifth Prince doesn't have any other matters, you can leave. I know that the city is very chaotic because of your matters. Before my master comes, I will definitely not participate in this matter. How could she not know the purpose of Yen Yun's visit? Without waiting for Yen Yun to speak, she had already expressed her neutral position. Yen Yun smiled and said, I don't have any other intentions. Miss and I both have the word Yun in our names. Speaking of which, it can be considered fate. Today, I specially came to see Mississippi. I wonder if I have the fortune to treat Miss Bingyen to a meal? Everything has a cloud. The way I see it, my big sister Frozen Cloud is a pure cloud that is untainted by dust. You, on the other hand, are a dark cloud. Kitty, who was standing beside Yen Yun, felt somewhat displeased as she looked at him. She could not help but mock him. Only then did Yen Yun notice the other girl in the room. Although Kitty was already 16 years old, she still looked like a 14-year-old girl, especially when she was carrying the little piguan in her arms. She looked even cuter. Yen Yun revealed a smile that he thought was very gentle and said, This little sister is? Kitty jumped down from the bed and puffed out her small chest, saying, What little? How am I small? How rude. Furthermore, I'm not your little sister. Can't you see that my big sister Bingyen is very annoyed by you? Hurry up and leave, don't be like a fly. Yan Yun awkwardly turned to Bing Yun and said, "Miss Bing Yun, what do you think?" Bing Yun didn't give Yan Yun any face and said indifferently, "Kitty's opinion is my opinion. Fifth Prince, please leave." A cold light flashed across Yan Yun's eyes. He thought to himself, "What are you so proud of? Wait until I unify the entire continent. One day, I will make you beg for mercy under my crotch." Although he thought so, he didn't show it on his face and said, "Since that's the case, then Yan Yun will take his leave. I hope that I will have the chance to meet Miss Bing Yun again in the future." After saying this, he slowly walked out of the room. Kitty snorted. She said, "Big sister, this guy seems to be up to no good. When you chased him away just now, I clearly felt that his spiritual undulations were a little strange. He must be thinking of something bad." Kitty's spiritual power wasn't very strong right now. However, she was still a Caucasian and was naturally very sensitive to spiritual power. Even with Nian Bing's strong spiritual power, her perception was not as strong as Kitty's without using the heaven's eye acupuncture point. Frozen Cloud faintly smiled and said, "He's just a bored person. Kitty, looks like your big brother Nian Bing will be back to cook for us at noon today. What do you want to eat? Big sister will take you there." Kitty smiled and said, Okay. Kitty is hungry too? I don't know what big brother Nian Bing has been doing these past few days. I can't see him at all. It's really strange." At the same time that Kitty was dissatisfied, a sudden piece of news shocked the entire Ice Moon City. As one of the 3 marshals of the Ice Moon Empire, blood-devouring, soul-destroying Snow Soul suddenly announced that she would marry her daughter Shuiyu to the 7th Prince, Yan Feng. This news. Immediately, the already chaotic situation in Ice Moon City became even more confusing. However, this news was very real. The scene that Yan Feng did at the entrance of the Marshal's mansion had already spread throughout the streets. Although some people were suspicious, but he even had a child. Even if Marshal Snow Soul was unwilling, what could he do? After all, she was his only daughter. Snow Soul had an extremely high position in the military, although he was as famous as the other 2 marshals. In terms of prestige, he was much higher than the other 2 marshals. He controlled the most elite Earth Knights of the Ice Moon Empire. Moreover, he was extremely valiant in the past battles, so no one dared to underestimate his power. The military was an independent system, and Snow Soul's deterrence was extremely strong. There were many people in the military who were on the same side as him. The first prince immediately came to Snow Soul's marshal's mansion to congratulate him and express his support. All the officials also brought congratulatory gifts to Snow Soul's mansion. Very soon, the 5th prince, Yan Yun, who had been hiding all this time, also sent someone to deliver a congratulatory gift. The marriage of the princes had always been decided by the king. Shuepa announced in front of all the guests that she would follow the 7th prince to visit the king tomorrow. He also proposed this marriage to seek the approval of Yen Tiannan, who knew what kind of person Shuepa was. As soon as he expressed his stance, those who looked down on Yan Feng and disdained him all shut their mouths. Offending a prince like Yan Feng was not a big deal, but if they offended the vicious and merciless blood-devouring, soul-extinguishing blood, they would not feel good. In an instant, Yan Feng's terrible reputation changed a lot. There were even people who were praising Yan Feng everywhere. Normally, a marshal would just stand there and not express his opinion in court. However, once a battle broke out, a marshal's status was definitely higher than that of a prime minister, especially someone like Shuepa, who was good at war and had real power. Whoever ascended the throne in the future would have to appease this important official of the empire. Even the 1st prince and the 5th prince, who were fiercely competing for the throne, did not want to offend Shuepa at this time. Although they did not have a good relationship with Yan Feng, they especially wanted to rope in their 7th brother. Yan Feng continued to live his life as usual. He did not appear in the marshal's mansion. He did not reject the envoys sent by his 2 elder brothers to congratulate him. However, He did not respond to the envoy's subtle hints. In the eyes of the envoys, he was still that ordinary and unambitious seventh prince. Boom! Nian Bing flew back. The light of the heavenly domain that protected her body weakened greatly. Her eyes dimmed a lot. She raised her hand and said, "All right, that's all for today." The first elder looked at Nian Bing with a smile and said, "Yes, the strength of the sect leader's magic power has improved greatly these days. You have also made great progress in controlling your spiritual power. I think it won't take long for the 7 of us to not be able to trap you." In the past month, other than the secret operations, Nian Bing did not rest. Every day she trained hard. Now that she was the new leader of the Blood Lion sect, the 7 elders did not hold back anymore. After interacting with the 7 elders, Nian Bing realized how naive some of her ideas were. Under the guidance of the 7 elders, she became more mature than before. This time, the plan of the Blood Lion sect was much more meticulous than before. Various information networks were spread out. Not only Ice Moon City, but all the Blood Lion sect forces in the Ice Moon Empire were mobilized. At the same time, Nian Bing's abilities were also growing under the training of the 7 elders. The biggest secret of the Blood Lion sect was that every generation of the sect leader had to be a God-tier master or God-tier master. That was why the 7 elders had to jointly test the sect leader to become a sect leader. Nian Bing relied on the uniqueness of her magic and the help of the little dragon king, Oscar, and that strange shadow puppet to successfully pass the difficult test. However, the 7 elders told her that, as a sect leader, she must have the ability to lead the group. Nian Bing's current strength was obviously still lacking. Therefore, these days, Nian Bing had to spend a dragon Tianxiang's time under the joint attacks of the 7 elders. The attacks during this period of time were different from the previous test. The 7 elders asked her not to use the ability of the shadow puppet. In order to improve her own strength, Nian Bing did not ask for Oscar's help. Every time she trained, she completely relied on her innate domain and 7 elemental magic to resist. A single dragon Tianxiang's time was only half an hour. An hour was not too long, but it was also not too short. However, it was this hour that became Nian Bing's nightmare every day. How could he deal with the 7 elders when they joined forces to attack him? Fortunately, the 7 elders only forced him to lose all of his abilities every time, and did not hurt him. Otherwise, even if there were 10 Nian Bing, she would be done for. In the past month, except for the test, Nian Bing had not been able to last until the dragon Tianxiang's time was up. However, she was not discouraged. She continued to work hard. As the saying goes, people are light without pressure. Pressure is also a form of motivation. In order to deal with the 7 elders' daily tests, Nian Bing spent most of his time on cultivation. Under the influence of the innate energy, her strength improved by leaps and bounds. Although it was not a long time, her realm had completely stabilized. Not only could he cast tier 10 spells with the ice and fire affinity, but he could also cast spells of other elements. In fact, he could even attempt to cast the magician's top-tier offensive forbidden spell with the ice and fire affinity. However, he was afraid of harming the 7 elders, so he never tried it. She only relied on her own understanding of the fusion of magic to fight against the 7 elders. Under great pressure, Nian Bing's various ideas on the application of magic were endless. This made the 7 elders more and more satisfied with this new sect leader. Chapter 149. With a faint smile, Nian Bing said, "Elders, your combined attack formation is truly strange. I've already tried my best to find a way to break through, but no matter what, I can't find a way. If you had used this formation during the test that day, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the slightest chance." The first elder smiled and said, "Chief, there's no need to undervalue yourself. Our combined attack formation was passed down by our ancestors, and is also the most precious treasure of our Blood Lion cult. According to the rules, We can't use this combined attack formation to test the new chief. Furthermore, the first time we fought with the chief, the various abilities he used were extremely strange. At that time, we might not have been able to use this wild blood formation. Looking at the calm and composed seven elders, Nianbing smiled and said, "The current situation has been going according to our plan. Yan Feng's reputation has already begun to rise." The first elder said, "According to the information we've received, the first prince currently has a very large advantage on the surface. However, the strange thing is that the fifth prince has actually disappeared at this most crucial moment. This doesn't seem to make sense. According to the reports of the spies we've placed in the fifth prince's residence, the fifth prince has been very leisurely these days and has not shown any signs of anxiety. There are only two possibilities for this situation. First, the fifth prince has already decided to give up on pursuing the throne. Second, even if he still has some trump card that he hasn't used yet, he's waiting for the best opportunity. It seems impossible for him to give up the throne, so there's only the second possibility. Great Elder, we've already investigated the fifth prince thoroughly. What other powerful trump cards does he have?" Nianbing was a little doubtful as well. From the information they'd received these past few days, the first prince had not only accepted the second prince's supporters. At the same time, his own strength had also greatly increased because of the second prince's death. The pressure of public opinion from all sides was very unfavorable to the fifth prince. He really couldn't understand why the fifth prince, who was obsessed with the throne, had not made a move at such a crucial moment. The second elder, who rarely spoke, said, "This isn't hard to guess. If the fifth prince still has some trump cards, then this trump card will definitely be enough to push him to the throne. We only need to think carefully about what he's relying on to smoothly ascend the throne." At this point, in the entire Ice Moon Empire, apart from the king, there seems to be only one person who can do it. Priestess of the Snow Goddess, Nianbing and the first elder both thought of the person that the second elder was referring to. Their faces couldn't help but darken. That's right. The Ice Moon Empire still had powerful priests of the Ice Goddess. As long as she expressed her support for the fifth prince, even the king would not be able to raise any objections. The Ice Goddess priestess had always been the protector of the Ice Moon Empire. She had stepped forward many times when the Ice Moon Empire was in danger and saved the day. Her position in the Ice Moon Empire was unshakable. The great elder shook his head and said, "Based on my understanding of the Ice Goddess priestess, the Ice Goddess priestess will never be able to do anything. She would not interfere with the politics of the Ice Moon Empire, and she had never interacted with the princes. According to the information we received, the king of the Ice Moon Empire sent an envoy to the Ice God Tower to request an audience with the Ice Goddess priestess. However, the Ice Goddess priestess showed no signs of leaving the tower. Although our bloodline cult is the largest underground power, we have tried many times to enter the Ice Moon Empire. I've also tried many times to enter the Ice God's Tower, but I've never succeeded. Therefore, I don't know what's happening inside the Ice God's Tower." Nianbing's eyes flashed as she said, "First Elder, send more people to keep an eye on the Ice God Tower. If the Ice Goddess priestess shows any signs of leaving the Ice God Tower, immediately report to me. The Ice Goddess priestess movements are the key to our operation this time." That day, Shuepa and Yanfeng returned from the palace with a very important piece of news to Nianbing. As one of the three marshals of the empire, Shuepa had great influence in the military. Even the leader of the royal guards, who only listened to the king, had a good personal relationship with him. This time he brought Yanfeng into the palace and asked Yan Tian Nan to arrange a marriage for Yanfeng. Although Yan Tian Nan was surprised, he did not stop them. He also did not think that Yanfeng could do much. He only secretly reminded Shuepa, hoping that he would not act rashly and make any decisions. Before leaving the palace, the leader of the royal guards said one word to Shuepa. It was a very simple word, 5. 5. So, The king is really going to pass his position to the fifth prince, Yen Yin. Our judgment was not wrong. If the fifth prince wants to inherit the throne, there is only one possibility. Seeing that the situation was very important to Nianbing, he smiled and nodded to Shui. Marshal, it seems that we have to start the operation. Time is of the essence for us. Shui nodded, yes. Last time, so many friends came to congratulate my daughter on her engagement. No matter what, I have to pay them a visit. Yen Feng, come with me. Yen Feng nodded and said, everything will be decided by father-in-law. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Today was the day they would start their real operation. Nianbing changed into a snow-white magic robe that he had prepared beforehand. There was no symbol on the magic robe. He covered his head with the hood of the magic robe and followed Bing Yan's example. He put on a cotton gauze to cover his face. He left the marshal's residence from the side door, walking on the bustling streets of Frozen Moon. Nianbing's heart was very calm. He looked towards the north. Ice Goddess Priest, it seems that we will meet soon. Can you really stop me from doing what I want to do? Nianbing didn't walk very quickly. Although his appearance was a little strange, he didn't attract too much attention. His white magic robe was much more ordinary than his golden magic robe. Big brother, Nianbing. Kitty's voice suddenly sounded. Nianbing turned his head and saw Kitty and Bing Yin, who was wearing a blue robe, walking out from another street. Looking at the satisfied look on Kitty's face, it was obvious that she had just finished eating. Bing Yin saw Nianbing's outfit and couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise in her big eyes. Nianbing smiled. Kitty, you can still recognize me even when I'm dressed like this? Kitty giggled. Although your clothes have changed, your aura won't change. Big brother Nianbing is so naughty. He hasn't been playing with Kitty recently. Kitty is going to be angry. Nianbing rubbed Kitty's head lovingly. Big brother has a lot of things to do recently. Isn't it the same with your big sister Bing Yin accompanying you? Kitty glanced at Bing Yin, who had walked to her side. Big brother, what are you going to do dressed like this? Don't tell me you're going to do something bad. Nianbing smiled. That's possible. However, what Big Brother is going to do is bad for some people, but good for others. Okay. Remember to go back with your big sister Bing Yin. Bing Yin looked coldly at Nianbing. You've been here long enough. How much longer do you want me to wait? Nianbing looked deeply at Bing Yin. Maybe not too long. Isn't your master coming to Ice Moon City? With her strength. Even if I don't want to, you can still catch me. Bing Yin shook her head. I've already promised Kitty. As long as she's here, I won't catch you. I'll wait, but I hope it won't take too long. With that, she pulled Kitty towards the direction of the inn. Nianbing stared blankly in the direction Bing Yin and the others had left. His eyes flashed. What did she mean? Promise Kitty? He felt a little strange, but Bing Yin's words didn't disrupt his plan. What he had decided to do, he still had to do. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and walked towards his destination. First Prince's residence. Congratulations, Your Highness. Now, even the leader of Ice Moon City's Guardian Legion, Nuzur, has already expressed his allegiance to you. Other than the Imperial Palace, the entire Ice Moon City is already under your control. A skinny man stood beside the First Prince and complimented him. This person was the First Prince's most trusted wise man, Huai Xiao. Yan Ji liked to call him Evil Smile. Although Huai Xiao wasn't very outstanding, he would often come up with some strange ideas for the First Prince and was deeply trusted by the First Prince. Today, the First Prince, Yan Ji, had been fighting for the leader of Ice Moon City's guards. He was finally moved by the 2 top-grade virgins he sent and secretly pledged his loyalty to him. That was 50,000 soldiers. Although it wasn't enough to completely control the situation in Ice Moon City, with his support, the First Prince's reputation instantly rose to a new level. Hearing Huai Xiao's words, Yan Ji couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. Due to Fifth Prince Yan Yan's forbearance, his power had now grown to the greatest extent, and the day of him inheriting the throne was just around the corner. "Your Highness, there's a sorcerer wearing a white sorcerer's robe outside. He's covered his face so that no one can see him." Yen Bao frowned slightly and said, "A strange person came? Could he be sent by Yen Yen? At this time we must be careful. I won't see him." Just as the guard was about to leave, he was stopped by Huai Xiao. "Did this person say he wanted to pass on a message?" The guard said, he came on behalf of Marshal Shuepa, and the message can only be passed on to your Highness. Yen Ji was shocked. "Bastard! Why didn't you say earlier that he came on behalf of Marshal Shuepa? Quickly invite him in." Shuepa had always been one of the few people he wanted to fight for the most. Even if the person outside was an imposter, he definitely couldn't take the risk. On important matters, Yen Ji had always been very opinionated. As he instructed his subordinates, he gave Huai Xiao a look, and Huai Xiao immediately understood and left. After a while, under the guard's lead, Nian Bing, who was wearing a white sorcerer's robe, came to the living room of the first prince's residence. The guard left, and at this moment there was only Nian Bing in the living room. Nian Bing casually looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. The first prince's residence wasn't as luxurious as she had imagined. Instead, it was very simple and there weren't any extravagant decorations. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around to look. She saw a tall man walking in from outside. This person was wearing a bright yellow warrior's robe, and he looked quite handsome. His appearance was similar to the Yen brothers, Yen Feng and Yen Yin. Without asking, Nian Bing knew that this person was the Ice Moon Empire's first prince, Yen Ji. He looked deeply at Yen Ji, but didn't say anything. He found that this first prince was very calm. Although he wasn't as friendly as the fifth prince, Yen Yin, he had a noble aura, especially his eyes, which looked abnormally deep. Yen Ji saw that Nian Bing didn't bow to him, and he couldn't help but look at this person in front of him in surprise. The tall and straight Nian Bing was about the same height as him. His shoulders were broad, and his slender body stood in the room. It seemed that there was a layer of air covering him, which made Yen Ji unable to feel anything. It turned out that after being inspired by Kitty, Nian Bing used the innate qi to protect herself and covered most of her aura. Although Yen Ji wasn't weak, he couldn't see through this layer of innate qi. "You are here on behalf of Marshal Shui." The first prince walked to Nian Bing and stopped about 10 feet away. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "That's right. In that case, you should know the current situation of Ice Moon City. The situation is so tense, I have to be careful. May I ask, how can you prove your identity?" A silver light flashed in Nian Bing's hand, and a diamond-shaped plate appeared in his palm. "I think this soul devourer plate should be able to prove my identity." As he spoke, he threw the plate over. The first prince caught it, looked at the eye-catching skull symbol on the plate, and then looked at the gem embedded on the back of the plate. He said, "That's right, this is Marshal Shui's soul devourer plate. In that case, you can tell me your purpose of coming." "I heard from my subordinates that you came to pass a message." Nian Bing said, "I am a guest of Marshal Shui's residence. When it's time to speak, I will speak. However, your Highness doesn't seem to be sincere in listening to me." Yen Ji said, "Why do you say so?" After confirming Nian Bing's identity, his words became more polite. Nian Bing looked at Yen Ji calmly and said, "If your Highness is sincere, there wouldn't be 4 swordsman-level masters hiding in this study." Yen Ji was shocked. Indeed, there were 4 of his most important guests in the dark room around the study. He spent a lot of effort to invite these 4 swordsman-level masters. They were also one of the most important factors in the fight for the throne between him and Yen Yun. Yen Yun had 2 swordsmen protecting him, while he had 4. His strength was the strongest among all the princes. Seeing Yen Ji's shock, Nian Bing smiled and said, "I just want to prove to your Highness that the guests of Marshal Shui's residence are not useless people." Nian Bing's Tianyan acupoint was used to detect the situation in the surroundings. Not to mention swordsmen. Even if a god-tier master was here, Nian Bing would be able to sense it. Yan Ji hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, you should know that my second brother was killed. Previously, I did not confirm Sir's identity, so I had to be on guard. Since Sir is here on behalf of Marshal Shui, there is no need to be on guard." He waved his hand, and the 4 hidden martial sages quietly left. Nian Bing couldn't help but reveal a trace of approval in his eyes. This first prince was indeed outstanding to be able to compete with the 5th prince, Yan Yun, for the throne. At the very least, he had displayed a magnanimous side to him. I have overstepped my boundaries. However, the first prince should know that the law is not to be passed on to others. So far, the crown prince has the upper hand in the fight for the throne. Not bad, right? Yan Ji smiled and said, "You can't say that. However, if I can get Marshal Shui's support, I am confident that I can win." Nian Bing walked to a chair and sat down. She said calmly, "Your Highness, you don't have to be modest. At least on the surface, even without Marshal Shui's support, you are confident that you can win. However, have you thought about one thing? The 5th prince has been competing with you and the 2nd prince for the throne. However, he has been keeping a low profile recently. It seems that he has given up." Yan Ji frowned and said, "He sent people to kill my second brother. I hope that he will stand up for me. My second brother and I are from the same mother. I must avenge him." Nian Bing shook her head and said, "It's not that simple. As far as I know, His Majesty has always liked the 5th prince. If His Majesty gives an order to pursue this matter or to clarify the 5th prince's name, even if His Majesty wants to do something, it won't be a problem. However, it will be difficult for His Majesty to threaten the 5th prince. Although His Majesty is seriously ill, I think that the reason why he didn't do this is not because he is ill." Yan Ji was shocked. Everything had been going smoothly for him these days. He was indeed a little careless. When he suddenly heard Nian Bing's words, he couldn't help but have an ominous feeling in his heart. He hurriedly walked over to Nian Bing's side and sat down. He said, "I still need you to teach me." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Your Highness is a smart person. I don't need to say much. The message I brought today only has 6 words." Yan Ji asked, "Which 6 words?" Nian Bing said word by word, "Ice, snow, goddess, sacrifice, sacrifice," with a boom. Yan Ji's mind seemed to explode a little. He immediately understood where the ominous feeling came from. Yes, how could he forget such an important person? He slammed the table and stood up again. He said angrily, "Damn it." Nian Bing also stood up. "The message has been delivered. I should also leave. Your Highness, goodbye." After saying that, she turned and walked outside. "Teacher, please wait." Yan Ji hurriedly stopped Nian Bing and rushed behind her. He said, "Teacher, you came to deliver a message to Yan Ji. How could you leave without eating?" Yan Ji was really negligent. Nian Bing turned around and looked at Yan Ji with a smile. She said, "Your Highness, I know that you may still have some doubts in your heart and even doubt my sincerity. I am not in a hurry. However, time waits for no one. Once that person comes to Ice Moon City, I am afraid that it will be impossible to do anything. Please think carefully. Marshal Snow is also a smart person. He will never be willing to stand on the wrong side." Yan Ji understood the meaning of Nian Bing's words. "Teacher, what request does Marshal Snow have? As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Actually, this isn't a big deal. It's a piece of cake for the First Highness." Originally, the Marshal did not want to express his opinion too early. However, something that has troubled him recently, so he has to act in advance. "Perhaps you already know that your brother, the 7th Prince and Marshal Snow's only daughter, Miss Shuiyu, are about to marry. Regarding this matter, the Marshal is very helpless. However, the 7th Prince is already his son-in-law. Therefore, he hopes that his son-in-law can be a proper person. At the same time, he also has to consider the future of his daughter and son-in-law. Yanji's heart relaxed. He nodded and said, I can understand the marshal's feelings. This matter is easy to handle. I will immediately mobilize people to clarify those rumors for seventh brother. I had already planned to do this. However, there were too many things to do, and I did not have time. With your reminder, Yanji will definitely take care of this matter. If in the future, Yanji is fortunate enough to become seventh brother is my blood brother, it is natural for him to be crowned as a king. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Your Highness is indeed a straightforward person. I believe that you'll definitely become a great ruler. I will wait for your arrival at the marshal's residence. With that, he walked out again. This time, Yanji did not stop Nian Bing. He walked him all the way to the entrance of the marshal's residence. He watched him walk towards the marshal's residence. When he returned to the study, Huai Xiao was already waiting for him. Yanji said, You have already heard our conversation. What do you think? Although the four swordsmen had left, Huai Xiao remained hidden at the side. Nian Bing did not point it out, and Yanji did not let Huai Xiao leave either. Huai Xiao said, There is no doubt that this person is from Marshal Snowsoul's side. I asked a few guests just now, and they all said that they could see the depth of this person's strength. I did not expect that there would be such a guest in Marshal Snowsoul's residence. We are also very clear about what happened to the seventh prince. At least on the surface, there are no flaws. However, I am very curious. What ability does Marshal Snowsoul have to contend against the Ice Goddess Priestess? However, Your Highness, to be honest, even if we know that this is a trap, we still have to dive in. Sai, it's all my fault. I actually forgot about such an important person like the Ice Goddess Priestess. Yanji did not express his opinion and continued, I want to hear your opinion on the Ice Goddess Priestess. Huai Xiao thought for a moment and said, The Ice Goddess Priestess is a supreme existence in our country, especially in Ping's heart. She is the true guardian. Although she does not listen to the imperial family's orders, she will definitely not stand by and do nothing when our country is in danger. With her position as the Ice Goddess Priestess, she will definitely not be bribed by anyone. The succession of the throne is a big matter. I think that if His Majesty requests the Ice Goddess Priestess to acknowledge the fifth prince, she will probably refuse. At that time, the fifth prince will have the support of the entire Ice God Tower. No matter how many people we have, we cannot contend against a divine descent master who can easily destroy 100,000 soldiers. There are so many magic experts in the Ice God Tower. The decision of the Ice Goddess Priestess can indeed affect the entire situation. Yanji nodded. It seems that we have to prepare for the worst. Father, oh father, you are actually so biased. I am clearly your eldest son, but you just have to do this. Since you are so benevolent, don't blame me for being unjust. Help me contact Commander Nusa. I want to meet him. At the same time, prepare a generous gift for me. Tomorrow morning, I will personally make a trip to Marshal Shue's residence. He had already thought about it carefully. With Yan Tiannan's attitude towards him, it was impossible for him to get the Ice Goddess Priestess to support him. During this period of time, there was naturally a reason why Yan Yin had been so patient. Although Nian Bing did not talk much with him, she had given him a reminder. He knew that he had to do something. Otherwise, once the Ice Goddess Priestess came to Ice Moon City, there would be no more chances, just like what Nian Bing had said. Marshal Shue Po's residence. Nian Bing sat alone on the roof of her residence and looked up at the sky. It had been a whole month since she had arrived at Ice Moon City. It was rare for her to have so much free time. Usually, she would have already started cultivating at this time. Today, she did not know why she felt so irritated. She used wind magic to send herself to the roof and lay there, letting the cold wind blow against her body and enjoying the peaceful night. Today's sky was very clear. There was not a single cloud in the night sky. The bright crescent moon on the ground outlined a perfect crescent moon. It looked so clean against the bright starlight. The first person that Nian Bing thought of was Feng Nu. Her pink hair was like a flame, giving her a burning feeling. Every time she thought of her, Nian Bing's heart was filled with the urge to go and find her. Feng Nu, how are you now? Have you and Godmother acknowledged each other? If Godmother knows that you are her eldest daughter, she will definitely be very happy. Perhaps you have already gone to the Feng people. We don't know when we will meet again. Just like how I can give up on my revenge, you can't give up on the Feng people either. After I finish my business, I will definitely go to Aolan City to find you. After Feng Nu, Nian Bing thought of Long Ling. The deepest impression that Long Ling left on him was her gentle eyes. Those clear eyes always revealed a gentle light that calmed his heart. Although he had done so many things in Ice Moon City this time, and he did not know if he could succeed in the end, Nian Bing did not regret it, because everything he did was for Ling. For Ling. What was the point of giving up so much? Ling, I hope that I can always see your gentle smile, a smile that comes from the bottom of your heart. The wind was cold. The night wind was even more bone-chilling than the day wind. Although Nian Bing did not deliberately resist it, the sky's eye domain still emitted a faint layer of energy that protected his skin, preventing the cold from entering. His ice and fire magic could be considered to have reached the large success stage. He no longer had to worry about the possible conflict between ice and fire. This bit of cold did not pose any threat to him. The cold feeling made Nian Bing abnormally clear-headed. He slowly closed his eyes and focused his spiritual energy on the sky's eye acupuncture point. Through the sky's eye acupuncture point, he looked outside. The dark sky turned dark blue under the observation of the sky's eye acupuncture point, and the stars became exceptionally clear. Suddenly, Nian Bing's heart moved. Through the sky's eye acupuncture point, he actually saw that the starlight and moonlight produced a strong energy fluctuation. Every time the energy fluctuated, the starlight would slightly tremble. Looking at this strange scene, Nian Bing seemed to feel that everything around him was slightly trembling. Even the magical energy in his body was trembling. Every time it trembled, the Xiantian qi in the air would flow into his body. Although it did not increase his magical energy, this strange and wonderful feeling made Nian Bing's body feel incomparably comfortable. He did not deliberately do anything, but just maintain this subtle feeling. The Xiantian qi that was flowing into his body did not need to be filtered by the energy in his body like before. It was very pure in itself. Silently, it merged into every inch of his meridians, and then combined with his magical energy. The magical elements in the air crazily rushed into Nian Bing's body. Like a magnet, Nian Bing's body absorbed these magical elements into his body. The magical elements that entered his body together with the Xiantian qi had been completely purified. They did not need to be easily converted to be used by Nian Bing through cultivation. At this moment, the gray energy in Nian Bing's chest floated and scattered, spreading to every part of Nian Bing's body. Oscar's excited voice sounded, "Damn, boss, this works too?" Through the soul, Nian Bing asked with some surprise, "Kaka, what's wrong? Did you discover something?" The Xiantian qi in the air today seems to be denser and purer than before. Oscar said excitedly, "Boss, this is no longer ordinary Xiantian qi. This is Xiantian qi that is mixed with the essence of heaven and earth. How did you do it? It's amazing. This Xiantian qi is extremely beneficial to any practitioner. If I absorb more, maybe I can evolve in advance. So comfortable. It's really nice to share a body with you." Nian Bing recalled the words of the Earth Dragon King, Fatso. All this time, he knew that opening his Tianyan acupoint had completely changed his cultivation. But now he truly understood why the Tian Yen acupoint was the most important of the 7 acupoints in the human body. Opening it brought him more and more benefits, as if his body was constantly being transformed because of its opening. Fatso said that the Tian Yen acupoint was the spiritual acupoint of the 7 acupoints. It did not increase one's strength, but it increased one's learning ability and adaptability. Only by constantly cultivating could the Tian Yen acupoint's effect be better. The Tian Yen acupoint itself was like a huge treasure. Only by constantly excavating it could one discover even more wonderful treasures. Feeling the increase of the energy in his body and the changes in his body, Nian Bing's heart became calmer. He continued to look at the starry sky through the Tian Yen acupoint. Gradually, the Tian Yen acupoint became blurry. Nian Bing entered a wonderful state. It was as if his body had merged with the starry sky, as if his spirit had become a part of the starry sky. In the haze, he saw a vague figure in the starry sky. It seemed to be a figure formed by the starry sky, and on the chest of this figure was the crescent moon. The radiance of the crescent moon changed faster and faster. It moved up and down continuously. Suddenly, in the process of moving, the crescent moon turned into a vertical white light. Then it began to condense continuously. The condense point was just below the chest. Chapter 150. Suddenly, Nian Bing's body trembled, and the blurry image in front of his eyes became clear. Through the Tian Yen acupoint, he saw himself completely condensed from starlight. While he was still in shock, the Xiantian qi that he had absorbed during this period of time suddenly started to separate from his body. Even the Xiantian qi that he had just absorbed was no exception. Nian Bing was shocked. Just as he was about to release himself from this strange realm, he discovered that his spiritual energy was actually firmly sealed in the Tian Yen acupoint. He had temporarily lost control of his body, and even if he wanted to call for Oscar's help through the spirit rose, he was unable to do so. The Xiantian qi crazily gushed out, causing Nian Bing to feel as if he was being sucked dry. His body's qi was constantly weakening, and the strange feeling from the Xiantian realm was completely gone. But what was even stranger was that Oscar, who was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, did not seem to notice Nian Bing's current situation. The magic in Nian Bing's body was also not affected by the Xiantian qi being sucked out, and it was still circulating naturally as usual. Along with the Xiantian qi leaving his body, Nian Bing's own qi also left his body. The feeling of suffocation constantly came, and Nian Bing only felt that his body was alternating between hot and cold, as if he had returned to the first time he was buried deep underground. However, this time the feeling was even more intense. The extreme cold and extreme heat caused illusions to appear in his mind, but the strange thing was that his mind was not clear at this time. Through the Tian Yen acupoint, he could still see himself condensed from starlight. That body formed from starlight, except for the white light of the crescent moon that was gradually condensing on his chest. The rest of the body was golden. The faint golden light emitted a gentle light, and under the observation of the Tian Yen acupoint, it appeared even clearer. The Xiantian qi that was being sucked out of his body turned into streaks of white light and merged into the body formed from starlight. When the white Xiantian qi came into contact with the body formed from starlight, the white Xiantian qi started to burn. The white Xiantian qi was actually refined, and the refined Xiantian qi turned into an even smaller golden stream that directly merged into the body formed from starlight. As the aura in his body became thinner and thinner, Nian Bing's spiritual power was greatly stimulated. All kinds of colors kept flashing in front of his eyes. He desperately tried to control his spiritual power to rush out of the Tian Yen acupoint, but the Tian Yen acupoint was like a solid cage that forbade his spiritual power. It was as if there was a solid drill around his celestial eye acupoint. The intense pain caused Nian Bing's spiritual energy to fluctuate continuously. However, The light in his celestial eye acupoint became clearer as his spiritual energy churned due to the pain. Nian Bing did not understand what was going on. He had lost the ability to think. All of his spiritual energy was fighting against the intense pain. He tried his best to condense his spiritual energy into a single point and continuously attacked his Tianyan acupoint. He was trying to regain control of his body. He had gone through so many hardships to achieve what he had today. He did not want to lose everything because of qi deviation. However, the firmness of the Tianyan acupoint was far beyond Nian Bing's estimation. The surrounding white misty space made him feel as if he had returned to the time when his soul was separated from his body. But even at that time, it was not as painful as this. The purgatory-like situation almost drove Nian Bing crazy. If it was not for his perseverance, cultivated since childhood, he probably would not have been able to withstand such intense pain. Finally, the last trace of aura in his body left Nian Bing. In that instant, the pain in Nian Bing's body instantly rose to the peak. His spiritual power seemed to explode, rushing to every corner of the Tianyan acupoint in the intense pain. However, the spiritual power met with a strong resistance. The spiritual power that suddenly burst out rushed back at an even faster speed, condensing into a single point in the middle of the Tianyan acupoint. Nian Bing only felt a loud bang in his spiritual world. Then his consciousness fell into a temporary blank. Although he was unconscious, Nian Bing subconsciously felt very comfortable. It wasn't because he was really comfortable, but because he couldn't feel the pain of the illness in such a short period of time. Being freed from the intense pain was a comfortable thing in and of itself. After the previous suffering, Nian Bing did not even want to regain consciousness now. At least this way, he would not be in pain anymore. However, the loss of consciousness only lasted for a short few seconds. He once again saw everything in the outside world through the Tianyan acupoint. He was surprised to find that everything outside through the Tianyan acupoint was clearer than before. As long as he willed it, his spiritual power seemed to be able to surge out from the Tianyan acupoint. Focusing on his inner vision, something even more surprising happened. The spiritual power that was originally in the Tianyan acupoint had now turned into a small person that was only an inch tall. Its arms were spread out to the sides, and its body was floating vertically in the white sea of the Tianyan acupoint. That small person in the form of energy, was it not him? With a thought, the small golden person that was condensed from spiritual power raised its right arm. What was strange was that Nian Bing also raised his right arm. There was no gap at all. The movements of the spiritual power and the physical body were completely the same. With a flash of inspiration, Nian Bing faintly understood that his spiritual power had entered another realm. The ability of the Tianyan acupoint had obviously improved. Every single person, no matter how one controlled one's body, there would always be a short gap between the reaction of the body and the spiritual power. Although this gap was negligible for ordinary people, it was extremely important for a magician or warrior. Especially when controlling magic and douqi, a small gap could produce a different effect. Nian Bing faintly felt that what he understood was only the surface. This small person that was condensed from spiritual power was not so simple. The pain had already disappeared, and Nian Bing became much calmer. There was still no aura in his body, but he discovered that he did not feel any discomfort. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him. Focusing on his outer vision, he once again saw everything outside through the Tianyan acupoint. The person that was formed from starlight was still floating in the sea of silence. However, at this time, the gap between the starlight had disappeared, and the white light condensed from the crescent moon had turned into a white dot. Looking at the white dot below his chest, Nian Bing suddenly had a strange feeling. He thought of something, but he could not clearly remember it. He only felt that the position of the white dot was very strange, as if it had some important connection with his cultivation. Just as Nian Bing was thinking about everything that was happening in front of him, the golden figure suddenly became bigger and bigger. When he focused, he discovered that it was not that the figure became bigger, but that it seemed to be closer to him. Suddenly, the golden figure sped up. Without waiting for Nian Bing to react, he suddenly felt a boom. His body felt as if it was flying. An enormous amount of Xiantian qi that he had never felt before rushed into his body, like rivers flowing into the sea. Oscar's gray energy that was originally scattered in Nian Bing's body was actually forced back to his heart by the sudden influx of Xiantian qi. Nian Bing's body had completely turned into a golden world. A cool feeling came from the Tian Yen acupoint between his eyebrows. Nian Bing watched as a white dot of light entered his body and quickly sank. In the blink of an eye, it had already broken through the encirclement of the Tian Yen acupoint and sank into his body. Nian Bing wanted to ask if Oscar had been harmed, but he realized that, after his spiritual power had changed into a new form, although he could control his own body again, he was still unable to contact Oscar. The light flickered, and the white dot of light quickly sank to the same position that Nian Bing saw Xingxian's body. It was just a little below his chest. The moment the white light stopped, the Xiantian qi that was crazily rushing into Nian Bing's body seemed to have found a vent, and crazily rushed towards that milky white. Nian Bing could clearly feel that his chest was being pressed down by a huge mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. The Xiantian qi was simply too enormous. He did not know where the Xiantian qi came from, but he realized that this Xiantian qi did not conflict with his body at all. That milky white that was like an endless void. No matter how much Xiantian qi rushed in, it could crazily absorb it. Suddenly, Nian Bing thought of something. He finally understood where this wonderful feeling came from. Ecstasy instantly filled his spiritual world, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. My character is really good, even this can happen. The enormous pressure no longer made him feel uncomfortable. Nian Bing concentrated all of his spiritual power, urging his magical power to circulate faster, resisting the enormous pressure. The bones in his chest seemed to be struggling, making creaking sounds. Nian Bing's heart was cheering. The enormous Xiantian qi could no longer cause any psychological burden to him. He was now afraid that the Xiantian qi would not be enough. He secretly thought to himself, "Let the storm come more fiercely." The Xiantian qi seemed to have heard Nian Bing's call. The speed of the Xiantian qi rushing and increased, and the pressure was also greater. Although Nian Bing's magical power could provide some relief, his body was still constantly trembling on the roof. If someone could see him at this moment, they would definitely be able to see it clearly. He discovered that there was actually a golden sun in front of Nian Bing's chest. It was flickering with faint light. Nian Bing was waiting for that moment to come. Because of the enormous pressure, every single one of his pores was oozing with blood. In fact, he did not know that he was in a very dangerous stage at this time. If an ordinary person wanted to break through to the realm he was about to break through, they would need at least 50 years of cultivation. Not only would they need to strengthen their body, but they would also need to strengthen their spiritual power. But by chance, he received the help of the time. Under the effect of the Tian Yen acupoint, he had the ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. That was the purest Xiantian qi. But if he was just an ordinary person, the sudden appearance of the enormous Xiantian qi would definitely tear his body to pieces. Not to mention increasing his strength. Even keeping his life would have become an impossible task. Perhaps it was really like what Nian Bing had imagined. His character was too good. Back then, in order to protect the 7 Dragon Kings, he had almost lost his life. That was why he had fused with Oscar's dragon soul, completely transforming his weak human body, giving him the physique of a dragon. That was why he was able to withstand the impact of the Xiantian qi and not collapse. At the same time, the evolution of the Tianyan acupoint also gave him enough spiritual power to withstand the impact of the Xiantian qi. It allowed him to work hard in a sober state to mobilize his magical power to support his body. At this time, what the Tianyan acupoint could see was a golden ocean, and what it could feel was an enormous amount of Xiantian qi. Nian Bing's bones were trembling, and the veins in his body were twisting. The blood in his body had even stopped flowing. That enormous amount of Xiantian qi was still crazily rushing towards the flickering white light, dyeing it gold. Finally, when Nian Bing's strong spiritual power was about to be unable to withstand the enormous pressure, the Xiantian qi that was madly rushing into his body began to weaken. However, the pressure on his chest did not decrease, but instead increased. Nian Bing's body shrank in pain, and the remaining Xiantian qi revolved around his body, turning into a sharp cone and violently rushing towards his chest for the last time. Ka! The sound of glass breaking rang out, and Nian Bing's body suddenly stopped. The golden sun in front of his chest went through the process of turning from gold to white, and then from white to gold. Nian Bing's body suddenly floated up from the roof, and with a bang, the golden light scattered in all directions. The light emitted by the stars and the moon in the sky seemed to have weakened by a lot at this moment, and the golden light emitted by Nian Bing's body was blocked by a layer of 7-colored light. His horizontal body gradually stood up and slowly landed on the roof. His eyes that had been closed all this time slowly opened, and 2 rays of golden light shot out from his azure eyes. The Tianyan acupoint in the middle of his brows actually became an eye, a silver eye, and the purple pupil in the silver eye flashed with a demonic light. At this time, the clothes on his chest had completely disappeared, and 1.5 inches below his chest, a golden sun the size of a fist was gradually shrinking, until it was the size of a fingernail. However, in the place where it had previously shrunk, strange spiral-like patterns were left, and those patterns were like the light emitted by the sun, faintly shining. Nian Bing's chest muscles were enveloped in a layer of golden light, and with a flash, a ray of golden light shot out. The golden light continuously solidified in the air, and when it shot out 10 feet, it had already become as thick as a needle. This golden needle-like energy pierced through all obstacles, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared. The combined light in Nian Bing's eyes gradually weakened, and the combined light of the sun on his chest also dimmed a lot. The Tianyan acupoint in the middle of his brows slowly closed, and in the end, only a bean-sized silver light spot was left. He smiled, and that was a smile of excitement that came from the bottom of his heart. He had succeeded. He had actually succeeded. As one of the 7 most mysterious acupoints in the human body, he had actually opened the second one in such a short time, and that was the Lizhong acupoint. When Fatso had described the positions of the 7 acupoints to him, he had said that the Lizhong acupoint was located in the middle of the thoracic vertebrae. Nian Bing was completely sure that he had actually managed to open 2 acupoints under a miraculous situation. He did not know how much progress he had made, but he was also not worried. What did it mean to open 2 acupoints? Nian Bing's smile became even wider, because at this time he thought of the ice goddess priest, who was known as the only god descending master on the continent. Didn't he only open 2 acupoints? Even compared to the continent of gods, those ordinary gods would probably not be able to open 2 acupoints. In a certain sense, could he also be considered a god? In the cold mountain range, the Dragon King who were cultivating together opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment, and among them the light Dragon King Demantetti's expression was the most obvious. Did you all feel it too? Demantetti asked tentatively. Katerios nodded and said, Yes, I felt it. That is our child. My feeling is very clear. Demantetti said with some worry, I don't know if I should be happy or worried. Space Dragon King Katerios laughed mischievously and said, Of course you should be happy. To be able to produce energy, fluctuations that startled us. The little freak you gave birth to must have made huge progress. Who knows, maybe he is already about to start his second evolution. Katirio's eyes flashed, and he coldly snorted. Cow Dillis, watch your words. If I hear you call our child a freak one more time, I will challenge you in the name of the Dark Dragon King. The smile on Cow Dillis' face suddenly froze, and he hurriedly shook his hand, saying, Boss, I was just joking. However, according to the time, even if Oscar had some fortuitous encounter, it won't be so easy for him to evolve a second time. But just now, I clearly felt that there was a huge change in his energy. What is the reason for this? Demantetti said with a wry smile, Kaka's situation is very special. Not to mention us. I'm afraid that even the Dragon God Sama may not know what's going on. An increase in energy is always a good thing. He is with Nien Bing and Garamandes by his side. There should be no problem. How could she know that Garamandes was not with Nien Bing at this time, and was working hard for his lifelong happiness? Katerios nodded and said, There shouldn't be any problem. Well, let's continue with our cultivation. I think Garamandes will be back soon. He will inform us about the situation on their side. The 6 Dragon Kings closed their eyes again and continued with their cultivation. These days, the one with the greatest progress was undoubtedly the Dark Dragon King, who had obtained the Dragon King's Heart Sutra, relying on his formidable strength that had always surpassed all the other Dragon Kings. He had cultivated the Dragon God's Heart Sutra to the 2nd level. Previously, he had felt Oscar's energy fluctuations the most. At the same time, he was surprised to find that his own energy fluctuations were similar to his own. The energy fluctuations produced by his son were actually very similar to his own to a certain extent. It seemed to be a kind of calling energy, and he vaguely felt something. But he couldn't be sure. Even if he was sure, he didn't know whether to voice his doubts. After all, that was his son. If he really was... Kaka, are you all right? As soon as the energy in Nien Bing's body stabilized, she immediately called out to Oscar. Oscar's voice was not as emotional as before. He said calmly, Don't worry, I'm fine. Nien Bing said with some worry, We lost contact just now, and that Xiantian Qi was so huge. Did it really not affect you? Oscar's voice carried a hint of a smile, making Nien Bing feel relieved. It affected me, of course it did. But if it could affect me more often, I would be very happy. Nien Bing, I really don't know what kind of human you are. How can you encounter all the good things? However, this is not entirely a good thing. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid you would have been finished. Nien Bing didn't understand what had happened to her. Hearing Oscar's words, she hurriedly asked, What happened just now? My spiritual power underwent a great change, and my body also seemed to have broken through another aperture point. I don't know if I'm right. Yes, of course you're right. The knowledge I obtained from my father's memories tells me that you just broke through one of the 7 apertures of the human race, the Lijiang aperture. This aperture is very useful, but do you know how dangerous it was just now? Such a huge amount of Xiantian Qi suddenly appeared. You can't bear it. Even if your body has been transformed by me, and its toughness is no less than that of an ordinary dragon, you can't bear that Xiantian Qi from inside out. Nien Bing's heart moved. She said, Was it you who protected me? Oscar smiled and said, Of course it was me. We are using the same body. If you were finished, wouldn't I be finished with you? I don't really understand how you did it, but it seems that the Xiantian Qi in your body has reached a certain level. In that special situation just now, it triggered the purest Xiantian Qi between heaven and earth through the Tianyan aperture. With the essence of the stars and moon as a guide, it entered your body, causing such a change. It is extremely difficult to break through every aperture point in the human body. Your opening of the Tianyan aperture was probably due to luck. As for the Lijiang aperture, it requires an extremely large amount of energy to successfully break through. But you suddenly absorbed enough Xiantian Qi to open the Lijiang aperture. If it weren't for my protection, it would be strange if you didn't die. Now that you've succeeded, even I have benefited a lot. That Xiantian qi just now was really pure. The essence of the sun and moon was simply too wonderful. After the energy broke through your Lijiang aperture, there was still a lot left. It just so happened that it was no longer as crazy, so I absorbed it into my own energy. I didn't expect that it would actually help me complete the second layer of the Dragon God Heart Sutra. Now, I can already begin to cultivate the third layer. Haha, I wonder if my dad is as fast as me. How could he know that it was precisely because his breakthrough was too fast? He had already attracted the attention of the 7 Dragon Kings. Fortunately, Nian Bing had promptly used the Tianyan aperture to prevent the light from leaking out after opening the Lijiang aperture. Only then did the Dark Dragon King, Kajios, not realize that he was secretly learning the Dragon God Heart Sutra. Nian Bing smiled. Good. Then I really have to thank you properly. Oscar, in the memories you obtained, do you have any experience in using the Lijiang aperture? Now that I've opened the Lijiang aperture, logically speaking, my strength should have increased greatly. Perhaps I can already contend against that ice goddess priest. Oscar said with some disdain, "Stop dreaming. Do you think that opening an aperture will make you a god descent master? How can there be such a good thing? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You'd better continue to work hard." Nian Bing asked doubtfully, "Why? Didn't that ice goddess priest only open 2 apertures?" Oscar said, "Because it's not as simple as you think. From the memories I obtained, apertures are also divided into realms. Every aperture has to undergo evolution before it can truly display its greatest effect. When an aperture is formed, it's the first evolution. It's also called opening. After a period of cultivation, it will enter the second stage. After reaching the second stage, it can be said that you can truly use the aperture. At this time, your Earth aperture can be considered to have entered the middle stage. If you want to fully open the aperture, you have to wait until the final stage of the third stage. Opening an aperture is undoubtedly the most difficult, but it's also not that easy to evolve it to the final stage. The more powerful an aperture can produce, the more difficult it is to evolve it. Among them, the Tianyan aperture is the most difficult to evolve, followed by the Huangji aperture. You're lucky enough to be able to survive today's strange situation. You actually managed to evolve the Tianyan aperture to the middle stage and even open the Lijiang aperture. For a human cultivator, this is almost inconceivable. Even on the continent of gods, such a situation has never happened before. Evolving one aperture and opening another aperture at the same time, what are you greedy for? Nian Bing smiled bitterly. I'm not greedy. I just feel that after opening 2 apertures, I should be able to contend with the ice goddess priest. You know how much I yearned for real news about my parents, Oscar said. Actually, what I obtained was only a part of my parents' memories. At that time, I was too playful and didn't remember much. That's why I don't know how to use the Lijiang aperture. When we meet Uncle Garamandes, you can ask him. However, after some analysis, I can guess that the ice goddess priest has opened her aperture much longer than you. Moreover, I'm almost certain that the Tianyan aperture she has opened isn't one of the apertures she has opened. Although the Tianyan aperture is the best of the 7 apertures, it's also the only one that can directly increase one's offensive power. The ice goddess priest has opened 2 offensive apertures, and it's very likely that she has already evolved to the middle stage. On top of that, her magic power is much more powerful than yours. Even if you have an innate domain and all kinds of strange control methods, I'm afraid you won't be able to contend against her. You'd better wake up. Your current conditions are already very good. As long as you keep working hard with the foundation of the Tianyan aperture, you'll surpass that old woman one day. Taking a deep breath, the cold air made Nian Bing's heart feel a lot more comfortable. He gently nodded, saying, "Kaka, you're right. I was indeed a bit too hasty. You don't know how happy I was when I opened the Lijiang aperture. I even thought of immediately looking for the ice goddess priest for revenge. AI, I'm still not mature enough. Don't worry, this kind of situation won't happen again. Let's work hard together to create even more miracles. Oscar laughed, mischievously. You're blaming me for giving you a blow. Actually, opening the Lijiang aperture should be of great benefit to you. Unfortunately, you still don't fully understand its use. Otherwise, it would be even better. Although, you'll definitely be able to beat that woman. At least you'll have the ability to protect yourself. Nianbing, I remember that you're very talented in making magic scrolls. Why didn't you make some space magic scrolls? You can run away even if you beat her. Nianbing's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of a loophole in his plan of these days. Ah, that's great. Kaka, thank you. This time, everything is finally perfect. I can finally deal with the ice goddess priest. Actually, even if my strength is enough to contend with her, now is not the time to settle the score with her. She's still quite valuable to us. Thinking of this, Nianbing lightly touched the Lijiang aperture. The faint golden lines gave him a warm feeling. His thoughts were already running at lightning speed, constantly thinking of the possible loopholes in his overall plan. Early in the morning, the crisp chirping of birds accompanied the slowly rising sun, announcing the arrival of a new day. Early in the morning, the marshal's mansion welcomed a distinguished guest. The eldest prince, Yan Ji, led dozens of subordinates to visit one of the 3 marshals of the empire, Shuepa, who was known to devour blood and destroy souls. As soon as Shuepa received the news, he immediately came out to greet them personally. Along with him was his prospective son-in-law, who was once the most useless and most despised 7th prince of the Ice Moon Empire, Yan Feng. Marshal Shui, I'm really sorry to disturb you so early. 7th brother, you're here too. Yan Ji walked up and patted Yan Feng's shoulder affectionately. Right now, he was completely acting like an elder brother. Yan Feng sneered in his heart, but didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face. He smiled and said, Big brother, you're up early too. I've only just arrived. Shuepa said, Eldest prince, please come in. Then, he gestured for them to enter. Everyone followed Shuepa into the living room. Yan Ji pointed at the 2 big boxes carried by his subordinates and said with a smile, These are some toys. Please accept them as a token of my respect, Marshal Shui. Shuepa frowned and said, Your Highness, this isn't very good. Yan Ji glanced at Yan Feng and said with a smile, What's wrong with this? Last time, I only sent a congratulatory gift, but 7th brother is my brother. As his big brother, I have to prepare some betrothal gifts for 7th brother. This is what I prepared for 7th brother. Marshal, you don't have to be so polite. Shuepa glanced at the surprised Yan Feng and said with a smile, Okay, thank you, Your Highness.